Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. Misery continues to accompany the ousted Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua after his UDA party announced plans to fire him from the position of Deputy Leader of the party. Gachagua, who continues to fight in court trying to persuade it to overturn the decision to impeach him, is now facing another threat, even though he claims that he used his resources to build and achieve the coalition's dreams. UDA Secretary General Hassan Omar says the plans will start immediately after the court's verdict.
But I am quite certain that the political vehicle or the political situation has moved on. I think in the minds of many of us, I am actually waiting for the new deputy party leader so that we can be able then to run a party that is effective, coherent, and focused on the plan and the manifesto.
Omar has also advised Gachagua to withdraw all the cases he filed against his impeachment and accept the outcome.
Most important in life that no court can ever give you is relationship. No court can ever give you relationship. No court can ever give you respect. No court can ever give you leadership. If everybody else has denied it, no legal or judicial process can restore it. But as we respect the courts, we will prosecute and wait for the outcome of the court, at whatever time and space.
And lecturers' strike today enters its second day, even as they push for the government to implement the agreement they reached at when they decided to call off their strike and return to work through their union UASU. The lecturers say they'll not return to work until the government implements the CBA, including a 7% increase in their salaries. Here is the Secretary General, Constantine Wasonga.
The third one is coming. I don't know whether it's coming next month. There's another fourth one. Then I will call another one for harmonization of allowances. I will call another one for car loan and Muga. Are you getting it? Get used to this. And medical cover is coming. And promotion. Don't have said enough is enough. Dr. Constantine Wasonga, Okoh, PhD, LLB, LLM, have declared the strike officially launched.
He has asked the government to implement the Memorandum of Understanding for the year 2021-2025 instead of continuing to threaten their workers to return to work.
You cannot joke with the people who have gone to school. Lecturers have gone to school. You can't teach them. Go and teach them now. We have refused to go to class. Go and teach them. But you are scaring us with the sacking. Can teach anywhere in the world. Don't scare us. We can teach anywhere in the world. You don't scare us with sacking. And we are very few. We are very few. Those are very few.
Similarly to the national level, public university lecturers across the country have participated in protests disrupting academic activities for thousands of students. The lecturers have continued to complain about the difficult environment in which they are forced to work with.
The 1 month is almost over. We are being taken round in circles. Even the 7 to 10% that was agreed upon, it is now becoming a wild goose chase. Lecturers know how to calculate 7 to 10% to know what they're expecting.
This strike from Pwani to Rongo University, from Rongo to Turkana, from Turkana to Meru, it is 100% shutdown.
And in the international scene, police in Mozambique killed at least 11 people and injured more than 50 others in violence after a disputed presidential election this month. The Human Rights Watch said that the protests have rocked the Southern African nation since Daniel Chapo, candidate of the ruling Frelimo party that has held power since 1975, was announced winner of the October 9th election. Hundreds of opposition supporters took to the streets last week, leading to clashes with riot police. That's the News Wire. I'm Lau Ubaga. (102.5) SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda. I mean, I don't answer. What are they saying?
How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of the
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start.
A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, you markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No, it's about shipping out. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the sheep in the bathtub? Or
the sheep man.
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a sheep. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a sheep or a sheep goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes?
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Welcome to Wednesday, in the middle of the week, and let's take a look at what's happening on these streets. Not much coming off a thicker superhighway. We'll see some traffic build up later, that's for sure. As you're looking at Westlands, coming out Wairimu Way, and all this other Peponi looking in from the Red Hill Link Road, coming out towards Lower Kabete Spring Valley. Nothing cooking just yet. We'll probably definitely see traffic later on. But we're starting Wednesday without too much of a headache, at least not for now. A quick look at what's coming off of the Eastern Bypass. Nothing here either. And on the interchange in from Cabanas and on to Mombasa Road, also that looks pretty good. A quick look also on Jago Road, and also that hasn't started to build. Where's everybody? Is there a problem? Did people leave? We did not know. Did the rapture happen and you're left behind? We'll wait and see. Let's talk through Wednesday. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's the 30th of October 2024. Happy holidays. How you doing? Welcome to Christmas. Mamadou?
Kwa sana.
Uko fiti?
Niko poa.
Kesho Oktoba tunasema kwaheri. Bye bye to October.
We'll be gone till November.
Yeah, gone till November. Nice one. Please remember tomorrow we end with that song. Gone till November. We'll be gone till November. January, February, March, April, May.
Hey.
City. Otherwise,
niko tu at least. Yes, it is getting warmer, isn't it?
It is getting warmer.
It's getting hotter. City, don't be shy. Just say.
No, it's warmer because hotter is when I start sweating.
But you are
sweating? You are sweating.
My nose isn't me.
I am not my nose.
Sawa. Hiyo si wewe.
No, hiyo ni mfano ya mimi lakini pana mimi.
Pana wewe?
No.
Okay.
How are you doing, Eric?
I am well. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
C'est bien.
Hot nights, hot days. Hot me.
You're just hot. Sawa.
Sasa kama Mungu ameamua.
Who are you?
Sasa kama Mungu ameamua.
Who are you to argue?
Yeah, you argue with God.
How can you?
I know.
Ameamua. Ya kwamba joto itakuwa moto.
Wewe ni moto.
Wewe ni mtu moto.
Hot guys.
Haya. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today as we get into this. At 7 a.m. we will be joined by two people. One is Dr. Immaculate Kathure. She is the acting head of the division of TB and other lung diseases at the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Kenya. Dr. Kathure will be joined by Dr. Muga.
I'll be joining myself.
He's already here. But he's here.
Dr. Sam Muga, you know him?
No, I have no idea who he is.
How do you not know Muga?
Your own guy.
There's a Muga and you don't know?
Well, Joroge.
How many Mugas do you know?
One.
Exactly. These are not a common name, but any other person who has...
No.
Huh?
That's a lie. I've lied.
You know,
Please
like
forgive
3.
me. I know 2 Mugas.
You see?
I went to school with a Muga.
Right. See?
Incidentally, I think I even asked you whether you're related because they live in Mombasa.
See? Now, listen.
Yes?
There are several Mugas in the health sector. Right? They belong to this guy's family.
They must.
There is a Dr. Sam Muga in the health sector. And this guy doesn't know him.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. Deputy Chief of Party for USAID Tamatisha TB. Acha kuja hapa tuambie wewe. How come
do you not know your
he knows you? And how come he knows you? The two of them will be here because we'll be talking about management of TB in Kenya. There's a new USAID funded project called Tamatisha TB. Tamatisha TB. You know what Tamatisha is?
I was just about to ask you, what does Tamatisha mean?
Tamati ni mwisho.
End TB.
There you go. I wonder why they would say Tamatisha and not Maliza. You know why?
Right, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
Finish it.
Why Tamatisha? Why not? Anyway, so they'll come and tell us anyway. At 8 o'clock, we'll be joined by Jared Okello. He is a member of parliament for Nyando constituency. In which county is Nyando city?
Kisumu.
Is it Kisumu County?
Yes.
Okay. He will be here to talk to us about what they're doing, but also we'll be talking about the politics of the
Why
day.
do I want to say Nyando Bay? It just sounds like you should finish with a bay. Okay, sorry.
Hey, why? All right. Why are you not asking me if this one is my relative also?
No, this one
No,
is not.
you're not from Kisumu County.
I actually am from
You are from Kisumu County.
Moroni
is Kisumu.
And Moroni is a settlement scheme.
They originally came from
Nyando.
From Nyando.
From
But you see now Nyando is big.
Nyando Bay.
Nyando is big. Okay, that's 8. 9, we will talk about the Ma culture. Tunajoin hapa na watu mbili. Mmoja anaitwa Evelyn Ntemuni Lentano. She is the CCM for Culture in the county government of Samburu. And Raphael Lenayera is the CCM for tourism in the county government of Samburu. Why are the two Samburu waziris coming? Because Samburu will next week be hosting the Ma culture, celebrating and uniting communities through tradition and progress. They'll come and tell us why we should all be heading towards Samburu next week.
Bus.
Yeah. Ku celebrate nini?
Ma
Culture of the Ma. That is it. Tumesema 7, tumesema 8, tumesema 9. Sindio? Haya. Sasa tuseme 17 past. And we are live streaming the show everywhere that we normally do. People are complaining, and Ednah, Lydiah, pass this message on to those guys in the technical. People are not happy with our radio garden signal. Yeah. Ego shida. So let's work on it until it works. Sawa. 18 after 6. Tell us about the weather.
You got it.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions on Nairobi at 16, highs of 28 and lows of 15. It's clear at 13 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 28 and highs of 28 as well. In a partly sunny Nyeri at 13. It's 15 and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 26 and lows of 13. And it's partly sunny at 25 in Mombasa, going to highs of 32. We'll see highs of 31 in a partly sunny Malindi at 24. And it's partly cloudy at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 31. Kakamega at 17, partly cloudy with highs of 30 and lows of 16. And it's clear this morning at 18 in Kampala with highs of 30, 26 and partly sunny in Dar es Salaam with highs of 31 and lows of 25. Partly cloudy at 10 degrees this morning in Johannesburg with highs of 26. Mogadishu cloudy at 25 with highs of 31 and at 12 degrees Addis Ababa is clear. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 11. Mostly clear in Lagos at 25 with highs of 31 and Kinshasa at 25 is partly cloudy. Wednesday afternoon at 15 is sunny in Beijing, highs of 18 and lows of 10. Cloudy this morning at 10 degrees in Paris with highs of 15 and lows of 9. 9 will also be the low in a cloudy London, going to highs of 14, currently at 12 degrees. And around things out in New York, where Tuesday night is cloudy at 15, coming into Wednesday, highs of 16 and lows of 14.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Watu ni wengi
Wacha tuanze bottoms up.
Okay.
Dr. Van Vick says the radio has hiccups. Yes, we're working on that one. Don't worry. The message is being sent loud and clear. Mina says, good morning, Team Spice. Good morning to you, Spice FM. Heads have started rolling. Whose head is rolling, Washo? Bernardo Kello says, good morning from Doha. Nice to be in the Situation Room with the great Team Spice. Thank you for being here. Mareri, yes, we are reading comments. That is why we are reading your comment. Jane Rose says, Kiogora. Jane Rose, Kiogora says, R. So,
yeah.
Good morning, people. Huku Baridi now beginning the circle of life. Norway is locked, says Iran. Dunda. Irene Wairimu says.
Ati Norway baridi naanza. Baridi liko imeisha Norway.
Can it ever isha?
Kuna siku inaishaga.
Bwana. I think the highest the degrees are is like 16.
You know, hot. And here it is cold.
Hey, bwana. Irene Wairimu, we see you. Good morning to you. Good morning, Her Royal Highness Ndu and the rest of the mere mortals.
Sisi mere mortals tuko hawa, tuko sawa kabisa. Tuna enjoy kusindikiza Highness.
Thank you very much. From Qatar, Amraj says, good morning. C'est bien. Let's get into the heat. All right, let's do it. Muga or Munga? Apana. Hii yetu, please, ni Muga. City, I will not allow them while I'm here. To butcher your name.
It is not Munga.
No, please.
It is Muga. All right,
Jimmy says, CT, in Murima, if your nose is sweating, it means Uli. I'm not going to say that on air, so just stop it. Jiwe says, good morning, hot people. Or good morning to you. Abraham Kimeli says, good morning, team. Happy Wednesday. Haran Wafula says, good morning. Good morning to the 3 Spice FM gangsters. Umesikia City wewe ni gangster.
Ni kweli kabisa.
Gangster.
Sisi ni
gangsters parrot. That's it?
Sisi ni cartel.
Cartel bus. Rita Matheka Njenga says, good morning, CT, Ndu and Eric. Good morning to you, Rita. A great team. Thank you so much for being here. Richard Odera. Emmanuel Okinye says, good morning. Okinye? Wait, is morning like this time? Okay, got it. Rose Grace is blessing us. Are you blessed? Are you blessed? Good morning, Kenya and Spice FM. Getting you loud and clear from Muscat. Muscat is in Oman. Yes, it is. Outkin Hamjambo, Nawadim kutoka St. Petersburg in Florida. Nawadim. What is that?
Nawacheki.
Oh. Yeah, dim. Dim is not lights out?
That's not English.
Oh.
That's Kiswahili.
Oh, so basi. Yeah. Oyugis is where Maureen Gesare is tuned in from. Rachel says, good morning. Did you people see how the courts have become a place of academic exercise rather than a house of law and justice? Sandra Sheria is greeting us again. Hola, buen dia, soy de Costa Rica. Me gusta Kenya. Kenya gusta
Costa Rica.
Gusta too. Gusta is, me gusta Kenya, I love Kenya. So, Kenya gusta Costa Rica.
You do know that I don't understand anything you're saying.
It's Spanish.
It's all right.
It's Espanol.
It can even be Portuguese.
Te gusta. Okay. Good morning to Eric, Latiff, and CT Muga. Douglas Kimbong says good morning. Dons are few. We are very few. Agree or done. Najma Chaudhry, I love that name, says watching a beautiful sunrise with a cup of coffee and waiting for the amazing threesome of Spice FM. Life is good. Good morning, my best pals. Meskia Sisindio.
Best pals.
Washuka Kabute is saying good morning from southwest England, and from Marsabit. Love to hear you guys on the latest hot issues in the country. Abdub Mamo, greetings to you. Isaac Cherutich, the diplomat is here. Felix, Masharia, Hillary, Sandra, Jeffrey, Leo says good morning. Good morning to you, Leo. We see you all this morning. Thank you for always clocking in. Karibuni sana.
Karibu, nyinyi wote. City? We're still in Libya, aren't we?
We are in the state of Libya. This particular proverb I found it interesting myself. When the turban moves, there moves the territory.
When the turban moves, there moves the territory. Okay. So with those guys in Libya, who wore the turban? Was it the leaders?
That is the question.
Yeah.
The Emir,
yes.
The Pasha.
The folks with the turbans are the ones in
who have the
in authority.
Who have, in authority. Same thing now with the Emiratis. Yeah.
In the kingdom. Where you come
in
from?
the Caliphate, still in the northern part of Nigeria.
Huko kwenu pia iko kofia.
The emirs are still there, yes.
No, we've left emir.
Your uncle.
No. So now in the south,
does he wear any?
Yes, of course.
There's headgear.
He wears headgear, but what is akin to the
turban
is
northern
in the northern part of Nigeria, where the Sultanate and the Caliphate are still there. So they wear those who wear are actually the ones in authority.
Are the bosses?
Yeah.
Okay. Where the turban moves,
there moves the territory.
There moves the territory.
It's true.
And the power inasonga.
Ni kama tu hapa.
Hapa tu.
The presidential standard ikisonga.
Ujue tu.
Haya. Tufanye namna hiyo mambo ya headlines.
This headline is interesting.
Okay.
On the front page of the Standard.
Okay.
You're out. Comma. DP told us he goes for Ruto. I don't know who told him, but okay.
Read.
The state court. The state tells court Rigathi Gachagua ceased being deputy president on the day he was impeached and should pave way for the swearing in of Kithure Kindiki, even as the impeached DP accuses President Ruto and Parliament and state agencies of flouting the law during his removal proceedings. So nobody has really told him that will bear anything. It's the state now, the ones who are defending their case, who have told him, look man, you were impeached. Historiote.
Kwenda.
Please. This is all happening. So we did see that Senate proceedings, I beg your pardon, court proceedings, taking a recess, and they will come back tomorrow, Thursday, to continue this whole thing, because they went until about 9 p.m. last night, and people were tired and it was hot and they were yawning. They said, nah, let's come and continue on Thursday. Let's see what happens to that. The final day of KPSEA exams is today. Focus shifts to KCSE as grade 6 test closes. They finish today by 4:30, and that will see them go to grade 7 next year. Kenya Power from loss to 30 billion shilling profit. They were making losses. Now they've made a profit of 30 billion shillings.
Net profit after tax.
After everything, brother.
Wow. What dividend has been received?
Wow.
I mean, from a loss to this, it's quite something.
Yep.
Who wanted HR guru Ayeko dead and why? I mean, it's just the details unfurling about what happened to him. I mean, really, really difficult to watch. Learning universities paralyzed as Don strike. Don said, you guys think we're a rat and you're a cat and you're just playing anyhow with us. Let us show you. We are the cats. And midnight has finished and we are not doing again. Until you do what? Pay us our money.
So the mouse to the pussycat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big win for Ruto as court retains Finance Act 2023. The court came back yesterday and said, Finance Act 2023. Keep it moving. We're getting into the final days of campaigns in the US. I believe tomorrow, the 31st of October, I believe it's 1st of November, is when campaigning...
Not yet.
Not yet?
Kesho. Today's 30th.
Today's 30th.
Kesho's 31st.
It's 31st. I think it's Friday the 1st that campaign ceases.
Friday the?
1st of November.
Okay.
Yeah.
1st of November is not Friday.
It is now.
How many days do we have in this
October
month?
has 30.
Tomorrow is the last day of
Today is October 30th.
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Tomorrow is Thursday, the 31st of October.
Tomorrow is not Friday.
That makes Wishful thinking, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Up on your shida.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm with you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm with you.
Thanks for joining us in the land of the living.
Oh, yeah.
On the front page of The Nation, outrage over police phone spying expose. Human rights shocked. Shock greeted the exclusive Nation investigative story revealing how police have been colluding with telecom firms to irregularly access call data and location records that are used to track and capture suspects. And the US said, you guys, stop. This is abuse of mobile phone users' rights to privacy. And the lady who was roast, she's on the front page of The Nation and she says, no, you guys, nah. The laws of privacy and rule of law around rights of private citizens need to be respected in democracies. You say you're a democracy. This thing must happen. This is Meg Whitman.
But the story of rights being violated, we need to look at it.
Yeah.
Where it is that the issues of security start and where
does it now? Can state come
yes
in to
and
protect?
where exactly your privacy and is protected and blah blah blah.
Do the lines bleed into each other?
Yes, this makes how it works out. There are people who understand these things better than us.
I agree. Gachagua goes after Kindiki. Says,
there's
okay,
a guy
fine.
called Mugambila Ibuta. He has a PhD on actually these matters of data protection.
So you ask him to come and explain this thing to us so we understand.
No, Allah.
Yeah.
Let me tell you quickly. Gachagua goes after Kindiki. If you guys are going to come for me, I'm going to come for you.
Why is he going after Kindiki?
Because the best form of defense is attack.
Okay, what has he said?
I'll tell you in that story. He said the impeached deputy president has trained his guns on designated successor, saying he is ineligible because he was not a member of the United Democratic Alliance party for 3 months prior to his nomination. And those are the rules. You need to be a member of the party for the party to nominate you to be in a position. You are not. So come on, you're ineligible. Main suspect in Wells Fargo HR boss murder went on spending spree. We saw that. Why spy chiefs are trooping to Kenya. We did see that the CIA director, William Burns, has come to Kenya twice this year. Pourquoi?
What do you mean? See, there's the Mara. What makes you think he can't visit?
Oh, you think he's come to see a bunch of buffaloes and antelope.
But there's another guy who also came. This guy of M16. Yes. These two guys. Sia and M16. They were here. Yes.
I tell you what's on the Business Daily.
Please do.
Okay. It has a story about the Communication Authority. Why the Communication Authority gave Safaricom and Airtel temporary licenses. Safaricom and Airtel have been offered temporary 2-year operating licenses pending agreements on permit fees, how to allocate spectrums, and penalties for voice service outage. The Communication Authority opted not to grant the firms permits over the traditional 10-year period, awaiting a review of regulations that would alter the country's telecommunications landscape. So there's some regulations that they're working on, and they said instead of giving you another 10-year permit, no, we're going to give you just a temporary one for 2 years. Within this time, we'll be working on something. Okay? Kenya Power pays its first dividend in 6 years. The Kenya Power has resumed paying dividend, ending a 6-year drought for shareholders after the company posted a net profit of 30.08 billion in the year.
Excuse me again.
The dividend is 70 cents per share. Yep. Treasury's relief as judges reinstate Finance Act 2023. Court blocks the sale of Tuju assets in actual valuation row. Tuju has obtained court orders stopping the auction of his 2 high-end properties in Karen, Nairobi, over a debt of the 4.5 billion shillings. IFC plans 2.58 billion shilling loan for steel firm in Kenya and Ethiopia. This is investment of 2.58 billion in steel company Abyssinia Group of Industries for expansion of its production capacity in Kenya and Ethiopia. Okay. Derito Mureithi has written an article in the Business Daily, and he says this year's $1.5 billion Eurobond is costing Kenya $60 million more in annual interest than the one it repaid.
$60 million?
More.
Every year or one-off?
In total.
Oh, sheesh.
You see, this 1.5 billion Eurobond was taken to repay the 2 billion Eurobond that was maturing in June, right? So we took the 1.5. Now, the Derito Mureithi is saying, in the end, we will be paying 60 million more than what we paid in the last 10 years. By the time we're done with repaying this one, it'll be more expensive. What's in the Star City?
Star, top right-hand corner in teal green.
Yes.
Conservatory orders. Impeached DP Gachagua puts up case to block Kindiki swearing in. The story is on page 2. Very similar to what you said earlier on. All right? Now, this is, as it reads, it ought to be good news. All right. State releases 9 billion to Shah as crunch persists. Okay. The Ministry of Health has released 9 billion to the Social Health Authority to reduce debts owed to health facilities. Health PS Harry Kimtai said funds would be released to facilities by the end of the week. It is the end of the week.
The end of the week is tomorrow.
It is the end of the week. When guess Wednesday is the end of the week. Because if you release it on Friday, when do you think they're going to get that money?
The next end of the week.
Yes, exactly. 3 Kilifi men living in fear over witchcraft claims. 3 men in Magarini, Kilifi County are living in fear over allegations of witchcraft. One of them is 54 years old, RN, accused of bewitching his neighbor's son. He says his life is in danger after police failed to take action against those accusing him. Abortion debate. Book calls for new approach. Kenyan courts could become more liberal in handling abortion cases if judges start using a book put together by the International Commission on Juries titled The Right to Health, Bench Books, Select Decision, Issues and Themes. Right. Bang in the middle of the paper. Quoting Gamer. Why Kalonzo is targeting rebels. Former VP goes flat out to win over disgruntled Gachagua supporters. Okay? And the same bang in the middle, there is a picture of UASU, UASU. Okay? Remember those ones?
The Dons.
UASU, yes. UASU leader.
Just work today.
Until midnight.
Until midnight. Midnight with 1 minute. Down your tools.
Today.
Work today.
Yeah, there's a picture of today. UASU leader lecturers in nationwide strike over welfare. Okay? There's a picture here. It says volume, doesn't it?
That's him. Constantine
That's
Wasonga.
the guy for today.
Yeah, today.
Just work today.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So shall I tell you what's in the People Daily? Quick. National exams, nurturing them young. They feature what's happening in terms of the national examinations. I'm really wondering, why is the government even being so big on these KPSEAs? I thought the whole idea was just to reduce the pressure on exams. That's why we are doing all these exams, and then the KPSEA is just, coming in. It's an assessment.
It's an assessment.
But now we've made it such a whole big thing. We've been bringing police officers
we say it's an
to grade
assessment.
6s.
Eric, do we understand it's an assessment? We are still stuck in the exam mode.
The government is still stuck in the exam
That's
mode.
the one.
Because you're moving from 6 to 7. You're not even moving schools.
No, you're not.
Staying in the same school.
Yeah.
And
Why
even
such
this,
a big
this KPSEA, they're looking at the whole picture, and it's still percentages from your exam result that make up your final result.
Exactly.
It's still the same thing.
Exactly. This thing, in 5 years' time, KPSEA will be another whole competitive
Another
thing.
KCPE
Which will
kind
be
of thing.
Yep. Rigiji hangs on thin thread. Rigiji is hanging on thin thread.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's hanging. Taifa Leo, mwizi wa mifugo, jela miaka 60. Hii ni baada ya kumpata na hatia ya mashtaka mawili kushiriki wizi wa kimabavu. This guy aliiba mifugo. Mifugo. Livestock.
Okay. Aliiba ngapi?
Sijui ni ngapi kwa history, lakini amefungwa miaka ngapi? 60.
16.
60. Si 16. 60.
Oh, sorry. God.
60.
Okay.
Yes. Masanduku ya kura ya chomwa si hapa Kenya, ni pale Amerikani. Sawa bana. Visa sawa na hivyo vashuhudiwa Phoenix, Arizona, kusini magharibi mwa Amerika. In America, they're burning ballot boxes.
Right.
Hey. America whole country.
Kabisa.
We haven't gotten there, have we?
Hey,
Bado.
They're determined not to be left behind. All right.
Wako na story hii ya mshukiwa wa mauaji wa afisa anaswa. Huyo ni yule afisa wa Wells Fargo yule. Mauaji ya wanawake yatikisa nchi. Mashirika ya kijamii yataka Rais Ruto kutangaza mauaji hayo janga la kitaifa. Basically, there are civil society organizations that are calling for femicide to be declared a national emergency. Okay? Haya, bangi katikati mwa gazeti. Bangi katikati mwa gazeti. Wagonjwa wahangaika baada ya chief kukosa kufanya kazi kwenye hospitali ya Kenyatta na ile ya Kutr. Wagonjwa wanaendelea kuteseka wakisaka matibabu chini ya hazina ya afya ya jamii SHIF, huku daktari mtaalamu wa upasuaji akianika masaibu ambayo Wakenya wamekuwa wakiyapitia tangu mpango huo ulipoanza kutumiwa mnamo Oktoba 1. Headline yenyewe, SHIF ni mateso, vilio. Sawa bana. Wanamnukuu ule daktari yule, Dr. anaitwa nani yule wa Nakuru?
Huyu
hapa, huyu wa Nakuru huyu. Doctor, I'm about to say. Magara.
Yeah.
Yes. Sawa bana. Haya, 20 minutes to 7. Tell us about traffic. And then we shall look at the stories.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hi everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
Galway, which is the city where the university resides, is known globally as a global hub for the medical technology industry. 8 of the world's top 10 medtech companies are based in the city of Galway. So for that, we have 96% employment success rate for our recent bachelor graduates and 94% employment rate for our recent postgraduate students as well. So come speak to me and find out how to get your application started. Thank you.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the official Study in Ireland fair at the Gallant Mall, Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
It has started to build up on Jogo Road. This traffic will take us out towards Landis and then on to Kamkunji at the roundabout, heading on to Haile Selassie, where we do see some in and outbound traffic. Outer Ring, not looking too bad. And when we look at the Thika Superhighway, that's all flowing very smoothly through towards Survey, past Survey, and then getting towards the Pangani Tunnel is where we'll see some traffic really start to build up this morning. All right, a quick look at what's coming out of Westlands, and actually not much. James Gachagua looking good all the way through past the Red Hill Link Road, and we shouldn't have too much of an issue here either this morning. All right, it seems like we're still looking at slim pickings this morning. A little bit of traffic starting to build up as you come out towards Gong Road and then out towards Gitanga Road. Some of that will take you through towards James Gishuru, but for now, we're not looking too bad. Let's take a look back in about half hour or so and see how traffic has started to progress this Wednesday. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, there's a story that didn't make it into the headline, onto the front pages, but it's an important one. I don't know, where did it go? Give me 1 minute. And I will find it. The story of these abductions and what really is happening with them. Hey God, why I was organized and then what happened?
Story of abductions. Where was it?
It was in the Standard. There we go.
Find it.
How terror squad silent voices that censure the state. Sunday, activist Boniface Mwangi was arrested for calling an anti-government protest during a marathon in the capital. A day later, he was released with no charge. All right, so Monday, lawyers went, he was released. Mwangi is among the lucky ones to be freed. Over the last few days, blogger Skofin Aoko Otieno, alias Maverick Okoh, has been missing. Members of her family say they do not know where she is, stating Okoh has received threats and that people trailing her on X. And Aid said that her troubles began when she posted about a powerful individual in government. And I'm going to skip that quote, but more or less that's what it said. Their stories are the latest in a pattern that has exposed state-sanctioned impunity, which began during the youth-led uprising over tax hikes and high living costs. It involves the deployment of heavy armed hooded men in unmarked vehicles conducting night raids. Victims of these squads are hardly presented in court, and neither does the public know their whereabouts. In most cases, police will deny that they are in custody, only for the abductees to resurface dumped in a remote location, dead or alive. Many of those who make it out alive are too afraid to recount their ordeals, such as the case with the Kitengela 3 activists Bob Njagi and brothers Jamil and Aslam Longton, who participated in the Gen Z-led protests. The 3 were abducted by persons suspected to be security agents and held for a month. The National Police Service, then led by Deputy Inspector General Gilbert Masengeli, in an acting capacity, ignored court summons and orders to present the trio, saying that they were not in police custody. They would then be freed hours before Masengeli eventually honoured the court's summonses, later revealing the physical and psychological torture they underwent inside chambers that were common during a bygone era. And of course, details of what happened to them that night. The government has often denied any wrongdoing, with President William Ruto once describing the abductions as arrests.
Why?
Deputy President nominee Kithure Kindiki, as Interior Cabinet Secretary, said police had acted professionally during the protests, terming the raid on Parliament as an attempted coup. But no evidence has been produced of the said coup, with cases of protesters failing to take off. So this is what we're looking at, and terror squads silencing voices that open up to say anything within their constitutional rights about what they feel government is or is not doing.
And I mean, if you look at that story then with this expose by the nation on how the security agencies are then tapping your communication and following your movements everywhere, and to what extent, and that's what City was asking earlier, where does it begin, where does it end? There are laws in this country. There are laws on how even security agencies operate, and there are laws on how the companies that have been licensed by the Communications Authority also share your information. How much of this information is lawfully given, and who is supposed to check? For example, what's the role of the judiciary in giving warrants to security officers to start tapping your phones and to listening to your communication, or to start reading your messages? Because there's a play for them there. If you want to actually start now checking your messages and how you've been communicating, you go to court and you apply through the courts.
Yes.
Are they doing that all the time?
Or they're just going directly?
Yeah. Are they just getting that information directly without necessarily doing all that?
Because if you want to play this against, because now listen to what Meg Whitman said when she's talking about in a democratic state, what you need to do is ensure that citizen privacy is actually protected in a democracy. If you look at what happens in the US, for example, very, very, very clear about, okay, so somebody is a suspect in a particular case, and you want to find out a little bit more about their activities. They are very clear that you must go back to the courts to get a warrant to be able to then check their activity. Because you go check CT's phone, and then he comes to find out in court later that you checked his phone without actually having the warrant signed by a judge of repute, can sue you on that technicality, and all the cases, the entire case could be dropped because of that.
Yeah.
Because of that privacy and how highly it's regarded.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in terms of the lines. They sometimes do seem to bleed into each other, but then where do you draw? Where do you draw?
Yeah, because one of the things is, if there's a court order, you're not going to be informed there's a court order. Not really. It is the security agencies who will get that court order.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
This one requires an expert.
I think so.
To come and discuss.
For us to understand.
As long as at the end of it all, there is a judge who is aware of this thing that you're happening, and the judge has now been presented this person, we suspect this and the other, and therefore we'd like information. The judge says yes,
based on that,
only to this extent. Go back only 1 year, go back 5 years, go back only the last 1 week, concentrate yourself on this kind of information and all. Yeah. Then on the other side now, when you're talking about fighting terror, and say the NIS, the anti-terror police unit have actually been, tracking someone that they suspect. This is a known terror suspect, has been linked to terrorism before. They've crossed over into Kenya. They're in communication. They made some calls to someone. Do you want to go back to court and say, we'd like to see who they've talked to? Or do you like to be able to immediately have access to who have they called? They've made a call in the last 5 minutes. Who did they talk to?
Yeah.
And where is that person? Can we now start looking at that person? Who else has that person talked to? After talking to this person in that 5 minutes, did they call somebody else? Because it could be a coordination.
Very true.
And time is of the essence. So where do you draw that line? Right? And where do you draw the justification? But then also, you see, if you give the security agencies a blank check, they will call anybody a terror suspect at any one time.
it is because of that misuse or abuse of power that there are these safeguards where there's a certain process that you must follow. So this thing of listening to people talking as though you're watching TV or listening to a radio.
Just sitting there and
hebu tusikia Eric anasema nini leo. Yeah. Anaongea nani?
Anaongea nani?
You know,
mtu ameongea sana leo.
What I do know.
Silikuwa nafikiri jamaa ameoa.
Si ndio? Na
bibi yake si huyu.
Sijina bibi yake ni Matilda. Okay, sasa huyu
ameongea sana. Na ile vitu wanasema.
Naogopa.
It's just becoming bloggers.
You see, the reason why this becomes an issue is because one of the things that is likely to happen in a country like ours is there's always the hangover of a past time when the security forces had a blanket authority, meaning they could do what they wanted and there's nothing you're going to do about it.
Yeah.
Or even if you think you did, it won't go very far. Yes. But with the constitution that we now have, the safeguards are in place. And once you look at the Bill of Rights, that alone, my friend, it causes, at the very minimum, a pause.
Yeah.
You relax, take a deep breath, and figure out what to do next. Yes. But by the time the American ambassador to Kenya is speaking on this matter, let me just say there's a lot she knows that we don't know. And then if you look at what was also in the papers, top spy chiefs are trooping to Kenya. Remember the Sia guy and the M16?
Yes, the Sia guy.
Yes. These aren't guys who leave their country just come and say hello to you.
Yeah, I'm bored.
Not really.
Kenya.
Not really.
Yeah, so what's going on? This story is looking at maybe, global politics. Yeah, we see what's happening in Israel, in the Middle East. We're seeing what's happening in Sudan and the deterioration of security in Sudan, the likelihood of new terror cells forming. By the time the bosses of intelligence are actually making the visits to Kenya twice.
Where?
Right? Are we at a level that we need to be really...
Is there something we need to know?
Yeah.
Is there something happening that we're not aware of?
We're not aware of.
But then, do they have to come?
When they come, that's the whole point. When they come, and at the same time, and even pictures are taken, okay? So we know they were actually here. The questions that arise are so many. Why did they come? What did they doing? What did they come to say?
What's the plan?
Had they been preceded by the operatives before they came here?
Were they invited or did they insist?
Yes, or is there an arrangement that had been made before and they're just coming to give a brief? I mean, questions galore.
Are there more operatives in the country?
Yes.
And these guys are just coming to meet the head of state to say, okay, don't worry, our guys are here. We can support you in this and the other. Just be quiet. All right, don't worry.
You relax.
Don't worry. If Nordin, if your people tell you about our people, just know yes, our people are here, right? And we can reach out to one another and help one another with one or two things. But you just shh. They're not worried about Kenya. They're worried about somewhere.
Their interests somewhere else.
These people don't just visit.
No.
Because prior to this visit, there was a state official who had also come to visit around June then and also spoke and made statements. These people normally come into the country and talk to whoever they're talking to and go. They don't make public statements. So when they make public statements, you have to ask, why are they making public statements? Same with the ambassador.
Their visits so public.
Yes. So we know, and we also know what it is that they are state officials for in their country. So they've come to our country. Why are they making statements?
Yeah.
We do know from time to time the ambassadors say something either collectively and so forth. But on this matter, when the ambassador who is now in Kenya also speaks, again, you see, if she just spoke and we're saying, she routinely speaks to us, that's okay. But when you look at those events, state official comes, speaks, okay? The last time there was a state official who had come, remember, when there was this issue of KNTC, oil, no oil, this happened, that happened, blah, blah, blah. Somebody came and spoke rather strongly. And there were allegations they didn't want to meet the minister for trade then, and etc., etc., etc. Remember that one? Time went, we had protests. Another one came. Spoke, left. Now, we hear the story of who two people who are of significant importance. These people are important even in their own countries, okay? And they've come here to Kenya.
The director of the CIA is a big deal, man.
Why?
Yeah.
Director of the other thing that I mentioned from Britain, MI6.
MI6.
Okay, big thing at the same time. No, this one, it can't be coincidence.
Nah, come on.
And then Meg Whitman speaks. Sorry. Can't be a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence.
Meg Whitman was actually at a function somewhere in the north, and journalists asked directly this question about this particular expose. And I think Nation had asked their reporter, this Meg Whitman is here, you'll be covering this event, this is the question that we need you to ask. What's your comment? Of course, you can say, no comment. She says, yeah, it's important that, follow rule of law and Nation. Pick that one. Headline it. It's like she actually read the story in the Nation and called. I want to comment.
Statement about this.
I want to comment.
Unajua nini? These things, the way it works out. The frog jumping up and down and croaking in broad daylight. You think it's nothing. It's telling you something, isn't it?
Of course.
Man, this one is telling us something.
Big message.
Too many things happening at the same time.
Too many, yeah?
Yeah, too many.
Can't just be taken lightly. Why? Okay. You had a story, City, you want to tell us?
Oh, yes.
Please tell us.
Oh, yes. I wanted to talk about the story of Shah. State releases 9 billion to Shah to reduce debt. Includes 1 billion for Linda Mama to secure free maternal health care. The Ministry of Health has released 9 billion to the Social Health Authority to reduce the debts owed to health facilities. Health PS Harry Kimtai said the funds would be released to facilities by the end of this week. It includes 1 billion allocated to Linda Mama program to secure free maternal health care. He said the debts relate to services offered under the National Health Insurance Fund before Shah was unveiled. Private health facilities provide half of all healthcare services in Kenya. However, they are asking Kenyans to pay cash due to challenges with IT systems that run Shah and unpaid debts by the government. The government has also not clarified the packages offered under Shah chronic disease such as cancer. We are committed to addressing challenges to ensure no patient is turned away, Kimtai said in Nakuru County on Tuesday. He spoke during the inauguration of the Rift Region Multi-Sectoral Committee, which brings together CECs and other county commissioners from Nandi, Kericho, Bomet, West Pokot, Uasin Gishu, Baringo, Turkana, Narok, Nyandarua, Laikipia, Samburu, Elgeyo, and Nakuru. The committee is tasked with steering registration efforts for Shah in the regions. 2 weeks ago, faith-based health institutions, including the Christian Health Association of Kenya, the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, and the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, had to scale down their health services due to 7 billion debt owed to them by NHIF.
Okay. How much is owed to them? That's
7 billion.
Just those two hospitals.
7 billion.
7B. In total, we've had, 30 billion shillings that NHIF owed these facilities.
Yep.
9 has been released. 21 is still pending.
Now, Bado, they need money to be able to sort out people who appear at these facilities to then receive care.
Right.
Today. Receive care. Today.
So the
start off by paying
the Shah for today, the Shah, at the end of this month, we are putting money into Shah. At the shift through Shah. Right? At the end of this month. And going and going on and on and on and on into the future. So you expect that money then should be enough to start providing that service. But I keep saying that primary healthcare is to be funded from the National Treasury. If primary healthcare money is not available, this whole thing collapses on arrival. Because the whole idea is that particularly things like Linda maternity and all, you should not be going to level 4 for just delivery.
No.
Should be at local lower dispensaries and health centers. And if that is not sorted, my friend, this whole thing not working. When you get an emergency and you turn into a hospital and they tell you, you know what, government has not given us money for the emergency chronic and critical illness. Collapsed. collapsed. So now they'll be forcing SHIF to start paying money to these other two funds, and that is wrong. Then there are also still civil servants who want to be treated special, like they were treated special before, with enhanced covers under SHIF. What? This thing. Shida Mingi. 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. Impeached Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was removed from office on October 17th and cannot continue to serve in that position. This is the statement of the Attorney General Githu Muigai during the hearing of the case to block Deputy President nominee Kithure Kindiki from assuming office. Muigai also told Judges Eric Ogola, Freda Mugambi and Anthony Murima that the National Assembly approved Kindiki's appointment to avoid the position remaining vacant.
As at the day and the time and the minute that Senate voted, the Deputy President ceased to hold office. I hope this doesn't disappoint my learned friend Teresia Kemodo of Teresia Kemodo and Company Advocates, who wants an apology. The Deputy President ceased to hold office. But something else happened. One person has ceased to hold office, another person has been appointed, has been nominated, and the body entrusted in law on Friday the 18th of October 2024. What then did the honorable judges of the High Court of Kenya conserve? What were they conserving? There was nothing to conserve.
In addition, lawyer Tom Ojienda, who's representing the Senate in the case, said that Gachagua dug his own grave after failing to submit hospital records as proof that he fell ill during his impeachment hearing at the Senate.
Senior Counsel Paul Mwite submitted or told Senate that he could not trace his client, but that he had been admitted at Care Nostra. He neither presented a medical report nor a report from any doctor. And that is an important observation. But beyond failing to present any document to demonstrate the truthfulness of the health status of the Deputy President, my Lord,
And Gachagua, through a battery of lawyers, has however continued to insist that the entire impeachment process was planned, asking the court not to lift the conservatory orders issued by the High Court, as this will mean his case is already defeated. This event comes as the case is set to continue today. The Kenya Primary School Education Assessment Examinations come to an end today. The assessment, which is part of the competency-based curriculum, kicked off on Monday. Over 1.2 million grade 6 learners sat for the exams across 35,573 centres in the country. Some 143,026 officers were involved in the administration of KPSEA exams. This event comes as President William Ruto says that the government has plans to build 16,000 classrooms for 9 grade learners come next year. And in addition, the president has reiterated that the government's intention to hire more teachers to close the gap of the shortage is still in place.
That even as we move into grade 9, we've not only finalized the process of building an extra 11,000 classrooms as government, I've also asked our members of parliament, using their constituency development fund, to also build another 6,000 classrooms so that next year we are ready to make sure that every child that grows to grade 9 have a classroom, they have a teacher. And I am very happy to announce that we have already made all the learning material available.
And in the international scene, Chad's President Mohamed Idris has launched a security operation to track and neutralize several hundred Boko Haram fighters who attacked and killed on Sunday more than 40 Chad government troops in the Lake Chad basin shared by Cameroon, Nigeria, Niger and Chad. The president visited the area and assisted in the burial of his soldiers. Chad State TV reports that President Idris has also ordered that flags be flown at half-mast and that all radio and TV stations in the Central African states should play only religious music for 3 days, that is from October 28th at midnight. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, traffic starting to build in the city this morning. All right, on the Thika Superhighway, traffic has started to then spill over beyond the Allsops Junction. Just a little bit of that, though. Coming in from Garden City, you'll be all right. It's just past Survey that we're seeing traffic, and also on Kiambu Road, that has built up quite some as well. Traffic coming in on Limuru Road through your whole Muthaiga area, and looking at Lower Kabete through to Spring Valley, we're seeing that starting to trickle into traffic this morning. On James Gishoro, a little bit of traffic over the drift as you cross over Waiaki. We're going towards the Red Hill Link Road, but again, nothing to worry about too much, not for now at least. Let's take a quick look at what's coming off of the Eastern Bypass, and a little bit of traffic then making its way towards the Embakasi Loop. Outer Ring not looking too bad, but as you come off towards Embakasi, that's where we see a build-up of traffic. We're going to continue seeing what it looks like this morning. Want to keep traffic moving? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. Yeah. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
So who is a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
It's
day.
7:09. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room on SpiceFM, on KTN, on YouTube, Facebook, X, TikTok, Radio Garden, everywhere. We're broadcasting from Nairobi to the world, right from here, the Standard Group Center on Mombasa Road. And we thank everybody who chooses this as a way to start your day. Safaricom also thanks you very much because you have been hearing what we've been saying and you have also started doing it. And if you haven't done it, then it's your day to do it. And this is subscribing to the all-in-one package. What's that mean?
Indeed. So what you do, if you're on your phone, you dial *544#. What this does for you is that it opens you up to a world of freedom. Freedom what? Meaning that you never have to run out of airtime when you're having a conversation. You never have to think, okay, my message will not go, or I cannot get on the internet because my bundles have diminished. You can get into a world whereby, because you pay once, you can have access to a bundle of all of these things at the same time, just for free for 30 days. Right? So what it allows you to do is talk with freedom, send messages with freedom, get on the internet with freedom, and WhatsApp absolutely free. So *544#, you select go monthly, go from there, and then you pick the bundle that you want. For 2,000 shillings, for example, 1,000 minutes of talk time, 2,000 SMSs, 17 GB of data, and free WhatsApp. You're actually buying freedom, and you don't have to worry about getting stuck in communication anymore.
For example, let's say you have just been you've been listening to us as well, and you've heard about the study in Ireland fair that's coming up on which days?
On the 9th of November. And it's happening at the Gallant Mall in Parkland.
So say you've heard about that, and then we've also told you that the only way you shall be able to enter the Gallant Mall on that day is by registering prior to the day. And how do you register? You go to cradle.com, CRAYDEL.com, cradle.com. So you now go to cradle.com, you start registering, and then you find out, oh my God, I've run out of airtime. That's where the all-in-one package comes in. Now, if you had it, then you'd be able to go ahead and complete the process, which is registration for the Study in Ireland fair that will be taking place on this day. Various universities from Ireland will be present, and they'll be showcasing and telling you these are the courses that we offer. This is the beauty of coming to our town or our city. This is what happens. This is what happens even after you graduate, and so on and so forth. Cradle.com, CRAYDEL. We want to have a conversation now about the health of our lungs. TB. And the person who's joining us is Dr. Sam Muga. He's the Deputy Chief of Party for USAID Tabatisha TB program. Dr. Muga, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be here.
Your cousin, Dr. Muga, here,
Muga CT,
has been waiting for you to come.
Yes.
So that he tells us, finally, how you're related. So, City, go.
You know, when you insist as much as you've insisted, surely there must be a reason behind it.
Surely, Bwana.
Okay? Now, this is something that needs time to be told. So immediately after the show, my cousin and I will explain to you how we are related. Yes, we'll explain.
Because Sam, I mean, there are not many Mugas that you come across in life.
There are quite a few.
Okay.
You can count our family.
Well, see?
Exactly.
That's
my
the point.
Exactly. When you count them, they're in your family.
Yes. Yes.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation. That's a hot seat of the Situation Room. You'll tell us a lot about the program that you're running and why it's important that all of us focus on it.
Yes.
But Dr. City Muga will give us the day's proverb. And the job of Dr. Sam Muga is to listen and give us the interpretation of that proverb.
Yeah, all right.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the state of Libya. Okay? Yes, an interesting country, this one. Very, very interesting. By the way, the name Libya in very, very ancient times was actually the name that was used to refer to the whole of Africa.
How ancient was that?
Where clearly none of us was alive then, and we hadn't even been thought of.
Those guys only knew Africa from the Mediterranean to the end of Libya.
Well, they called it Libya because...
That's what they knew.
Yeah, that's what they knew. Because remember, the countries of the Maghreb are very close to Europe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's the Europeans who came up with this nonsense of colonization, remember? Yes.
So when they crossed over the Mediterranean, they go to Libya.
They go to Libya, or they go to Algeria, or they go to Tunisia.
This was even before they knew Egypt.
A long time ago.
Aye.
It's a long time ago. Egypt is not part of the Maghreb. Please remember that one.
Yeah, but it's in Africa.
Point made. Point made. All right. When the turban moves, there moves the territory.
When the turban moves, there moves the territory.
Yeah, I think this means when the critical core moves, the catalytic core, the rest of the annexed appendages move also.
Okay.
Yes.
I better say that in English.
So there are things if you touch.
When the critical catalytic core moves, yes, the rest of the appendages.
Don't worry, I'm an Odiero, so. Yeah,
sorry.
So when you touch the important parts of something or a situation, it then makes the rest move. I'll give an example related to TB. So we are, for example, focusing on key things that if we touch, make a difference. Like now in the country, we are focusing on 16 deep focus counties. 16 deep focus counties are the ones that carry the high burden of TB in the country. And if we change that, we are bound to change the whole country. That's 47 counties. And that's just an example that's relevant to our discussion today.
Yeah, move that turban.
You see, we were in the Muga. The Muga thing.
Yeah. It's DNA.
Yes.
It's in the DNA. That's a good one. It's a good interpretation of it.
Yes,
Asante sana. So, like you said, there's an issue with TB in the country, and there's concerted effort. One of the people who would have joined you for this conversation, and she's been unable to join us, she's unwell, and we wish her well, is the acting head of the division of TB and other lung diseases at the Ministry of Health, Dr. Immaculate Kathure.
Yes.
So there's something that's being done by government and partners in addressing TB in Kenya.
Yes.
Why is it such a big issue?
It's a big issue because TB is still a big problem, and not many are aware that it is a problem. So most of the population, for example, if you get some respiratory or lung problem, it's likely that the first action you take is probably walk to a chemist and pick some antibiotics and get some sort of treatment.
Yeah.
But that can be TB, and it can affect anyone, any age. So that awareness is important, that, respiratory problems can be TB, and it needs to be looked at. The other challenge is that in the country we seem to be not identifying as many that are required. So like in 2023, we had about 97,126 cases, but the anticipated is 124,000. So we are falling short of detecting, identifying and treating the cases. The other problem that is there is drug-resistant TB. So when I say drug-resistant TB, is that now TB sugu, drug-resistant TB that now is resistant to one or more of the drugs that we use for treatment. And we also still have a big challenge in terms of detecting that in country. And actually we are doing a drug resistance survey so that we can be able to identify how widespread that problem is, and also be able to look at that in terms of now allocating resources to be able to detect drug resistant TB a little more. So it's a problem. So you're dealing with drug sensitive TB that people don't know about, and we are probably just treating that by the regular antibiotics. And we also have drug resistant TB that there are people working with it out there,
Right.
and
many don't know.
And many don't know. And for example, our children are not immune to this. So TB also affects children, and so childhood TB is also an agenda that we are also trying to deal with in the country. So yeah, those are the issues.
Okay.
In addition to that, there's stigma. So those who have TB and they are being stigmatized and put aside, and that's a whole new agenda. Yes.
When we look at TB in Kenya, tuberculosis, are we looking at it across the country, or are there certain parts of the country where it's more prevalent than others?
So across the country, So it's everywhere. But definitely there are areas of higher burden, right? Where more cases have been identified, where more cases need to be identified. And those are the counties I was speaking about, the 16 deep focus counties that our USAID Tamatisha TB through the Center for Health Solutions Kenya are trying to focus on and invest a little more so that, we can make things better.
Okay. Yes. I mean, at the risk of sounding flippant, why is it such a big deal, TB? Why? And this is good, I think, because by way of explainer, that why such deep focus on this disease? Why is it such a big deal?
So first, it's ancient. It's a slow killer. It's smoldering just below the surface, but taking away, many lives, right? And without that advocacy, without bringing it to the surface, it's likely to be, ignored, and people don't give it the necessary focus. I'll give an example. When we had COVID, the hullabaloo was about COVID, which is quite acute. But you see, TB was still there. And it is very easy to, if you're not so keen, to confuse those respiratory symptoms and say, hey, likely COVID, but TB needs to also be ruled out and made sure that we invest in the same. So the advocacy is needed. It's quite something. Yes.
What's the difference between TB and other respiratory diseases?
TB and other respiratory diseases, it depends with first the causative agent and how it presents. So the causative agent is mycobacteria, tuberculosis for TB. There can be other causes of respiratory illnesses. This would include viruses and other bacteria. But the presentation tells you whether this is TB or not. So you have cough of any duration. You're likely to have weight loss. You have night sweats at night. You have loss of appetite. You can have a cough that is productive of sputum with some blood stains in it. And as we know, TB, it affects any part of the body except the nails, the hair, and the teeth. So you can even have TB of the skin, for example.
Okay.
Yes. And so
does it start from the respiratory area and then spread to the skin?
Yes, most likely, yes.
Okay.
Yes. It starts off from the respiratory area, then spreads.
Is it easy to pick out?
Yes, it needs a keen eye, someone who has that eye to pick out the symptoms. But further, there is assistance to use diagnostic approaches. So you can go into the lab, your sputum is looked at, and there are some particular tests that are carried out. They're called molecular diagnostic tests. And now, in country, we are also piloting artificial intelligence that has been put into chest X-ray machines. So with this, you're able to image the chest and be able to have artificial intelligence assist you to quickly screen for tuberculosis, and then you can have subsequent tests. So that makes it better.
When I ask about how easy it is to detect, it's because of what, like you said, you have a cough, you're feeling some type of way, you walk to the nearest pharmacies, and you ask for antibiotics, or you ask for something, and you're given something by the person that you find there. Are they well equipped to be able to detect and say, no, this one could be TB? Like, is it possible for you to go to a pharmacist and you'll find the farm technician or the pharmacist that you find there, or you go to a health facility and the clinical officer or the nurse that you find, as soon as you present yourself, and then they just ask you 3 questions and they can tell this likelihood TB.
Yes, with the symptoms I have shared with you.
I'm coughing. Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Cough
I'm
over
sweating at night.
Yeah, I'm sweating.
It is hot season, Dr. Muga.
The sweating is quite profuse. It's not the one like you've walked. You know, that is causative. You have walked under the sun. It's hot. I mean, you can relate that. But you're sleeping at night and it's persistent. And you're also bringing in the other symptoms of, your coughing.
Weight loss.
Your unintended weight loss. That can be intended. Going to the gym, you're fasting or something, but unintended weight loss, I think is the right way to say it.
Productive cough.
Productive cough.
Maybe blood in the spit.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are quick things you can pick up. And with that, you can be able to, move in the direction of testing for TB.
Okay. So, maybe this would have been a question that come before, but I think still at the same time. So what is it exactly, this tuberculosis that we talk about? What is it? I mean, from before you know that, okay, maybe it's caused by a bacteria, but where do you get it from? Somebody coughs, who has it? Can you get it from somebody else? But we saw that COVID, they told us don't, after it could be on the surface, it could be, aerosoled. And then if you're in, direct contact, you touch without washing your hands and such. So where do you get it from, and how can you prevent yourself from getting it? Do we do the same thing? Do we wash our hands? Do we make sure that you're not in? How would you know that somebody who's coughing around you has it? What is it?
All right. So TB definitely is a disease, and it's spread through the air. So we say that anyone, when you sit close to anyone who has it, whether they cough, talk, or even sing, they are able to pass those droplets into the air. And then that person who is not infected now inhales it, and it goes and sits in the lungs, and now it's able to cause now those symptoms that we have spoken about. What do you exactly do to prevent yourself? So now it's important to have infection prevention practices. So cough etiquette is one of them. Just making sure that those aerosols or droplets that come from coughing, singing, and talking are not transmitted to the next person. So it means the distance issue is still important, the way we had it for other respiratory diseases. Making sure that you are in rooms that are well ventilated, right? So airflow is a big item. So having your windows opened, because these aerosols, they hang around for people to inhale them, and this includes, our public transport, our houses, our classrooms, and schools are important. Those kind of things. Still, the other items of washing your hands are important, because once you cough, you're still able to have them on the surface. But mostly, airflow, the distance, and also being able to know who is this who has the symptoms, so that they can move in for treatment. The other way, putting it on the flip side, treating those who have the disease itself is important, because it prevents transmission. So they need to complete their treatment and just make sure that as they do that, they are also taking care of those who are around.
Okay, so that's why it makes sense then, what you said earlier, that there are certain areas where you'll find that the prevalence is higher. So if you connect that with what you've said about, areas where there is little to no ventilation, and if you look at places where living spaces are cramped, would you then say that you probably then, if tuberculosis was resident there, then it would be of a higher prevalence than where there is, better ventilation and where living spaces are spaced out more?
Yes, so I would say that is one of the social determinants or social drivers of the transmission of tuberculosis. There are others. Tuberculosis is also closely associated with malnutrition.
Okay.
Yes. So children and even the adults who are affected by TB would need nutritional support. And we also look for TB in those who have malnutrition, particularly in the children. So there are those social determinants, just as you have mentioned, that are drivers for the transmission of TB.
Okay.
Yes.
You know that you're here, Daktari, now we are going to be coughing. You know? We just... Like, oh
yes,
my God.
that is cough etiquette.
Sasa daktari wa TB yako hapa sasa atafikiri. Let's take a break.
Thank you.
Dr. Sam Muga is the Deputy Chief of Party for the USAID Tamatisha TB program. They're working closely with the government. He'll then tell us about the Tamatisha TB program and what he's been doing. First, he's just been explaining to us this TB, what it's all about and why it's important that we talk about it. As we go into this break, do you have an Android phone? If you do have an Android phone, please go to the Google Play and download Tala. Why? Like we said in our conversation yesterday with Ken from Tala, Tala is that companion that you just have with you. You will need Tala at some point. Right? You'll have that urgent need for something, 2K, 3K, 5K, 15K, 20K, 25K, 50K. You go to Tala and you'll be able to borrow and you'll repay within a short period of time. And it's important that then you have this kind of companion with you because you never know when you need it. Download Tala. For you to download Tala, you need data. For you to get data, see Safaricom all-in-one package comes in.
Yeah.
Because you've taken the 30-day package and it gives you call time, it gives you SMSs, it gives you data, and it gives you free WhatsApp. So you go to Google Play and you download Tala because you've got the data, because you already sorted yourself out with the Safaricom phone. You know these things, eh?
That's just rhyme.
It's one and the same thing. It's 29 minutes to 8. Time for that break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hi everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
Dublin City University is Ireland's university for transformation and enterprise. We currently offer over 60 undergraduate programs and over 40 master's programs. 96% of our graduates are in further employment or further studies within 6 months of graduation. If this sounds interesting to you, please join me to learn more about how you can strengthen your future at DCU. Looking forward to seeing you there.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the official Study in Ireland fair at the Gallant Mall, Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's a sunny Wednesday. Nairobi, 17 degrees. We'll see highs of 28. Highs of 28 and lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru at 15. It's 16 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 25 in Eldoret, where it's sunny at 17. 26 and sunny in Mombasa with highs of 32, and the sun is up in Malindi at 26, where we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 25. It's a sunny morning as well in Kisumu with highs of 31 and lows of 20, and at 18, Kakamega will go to highs of 30 and lows of 15. Partly sunny and a bit of cloud in Kampala at 19, highs of 30, and in Dar es Salaam at 26, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 25. Johannesburg at 12 degrees, we'll go to highs of 26 and lows of 11, while Mogadishu at 27 will be sunny through Wednesday with highs of 31 and lows of 25. It's 14 in Addis Ababa with highs of 23 and lows of 10, while it's partly cloudy in Lagos at 25. We'll see highs of 31 and cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa with highs of 32.
up your life.
Eastern bypass traffic this morning is quite busy. It's going to take you through towards that Embakasi loop out onto North Airport Road. Some of that traffic is coming in from Outer Ring and going out on Outer Ring as well. It's busy on Kangunda Road, past Joska, out towards Outer Ring. On the Thika Superhighway, we're not seeing too much. Some traffic coming in right around Garden City, heading through towards the CBD. And now is when we see Limuru Road traffic starting to build up. We are getting into traffic hour right about this time. We're going to take a quick look at James Gishero. Looked like it was a bit of a trouble spot throughout. And there's traffic starting to build up there as well. Ngong Road starting to build up as well as you get towards the CBD. And we'll see some of that also build up on Uhuru Highway as you get towards Haile Selassie at the junction. The southern bypass, a bit of a spot there as you head towards the Langata Uhuru Gardens interchange. Not quite sure what's causing that. That's actually inbound traffic finding its way towards Mombasa Road, but hopefully nothing too crazy at this point. Cross your fingers, knock on wood. Let's see what happens as we're getting into traffic hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
25 minutes to 8. Our conversation continues. This is the Situation Room with Her Royal Highness Ndu Okoh, Eric Latiff, Siti Muga, and Dr. Sam Muga from the USAID Tamatisha TB program. Now, your elder cousin here has worked for many years in that space of healthcare, in the HIV care and treatment. I'm sure he's interacted a lot with matters of TB, and so he'll have a couple of questions before he comes in, because all of you Mugas are in the healthcare space, right? What is the Tamatisha program?
So, the USAID Tamatisha TB is actually a cooperative agreement. When I say a cooperative agreement, it's an award from USAID, whose prime recipient is the Center for Health Solutions Kenya. Center for Health Solutions Kenya is local indigenous organization that aims to serve communities with innovative, well-formed approaches to address public health problems. So USAID Tamatisha TB is a mechanism. It's a national mechanism that supports a national TB program that Dr. Immaculate leads to address the problems that are related to TB. And the aim is to accelerate TB control in the country towards some targets. In the 5-year period, we are aiming to achieve reduction of mortality and incidence of TB in the country. Yes.
Okay. I've heard a couple of times when somebody has coughed for a very long time and they're not quite sure what the issue may be. How do you know when it is time for you to actually go and have it checked out, number one? And is it easy to screen? I don't know if that's a good question. Is it easy to get the results or to know from a test, from screening, that this is actually TB?
Yes. So I mentioned cough of any duration. Cough of any duration. That should spell the urgency that if you start coughing now, don't wait. Don't wait and say, I'll wait a couple of days and observe.
See if it goes away, kind of thing. Yeah.
So I mean, it puts in that need, that willingness and proactiveness to address it early and make sure that it's checked.
Okay.
And then the ease of screening now has become easier. First, from the symptoms we have spoken about. I mean, it's a four symptom, kind of screen and say, hey, I've been coughing, this sweat, it's productive, and I'm losing weight, so let me, get checked. But now when it comes to the health facility, for example, there are other things that have made it easier for the healthcare workers to be able to identify this. So in addition to the screening approach, there's what now I mentioned about artificial intelligence that has made it really robust. So you can have an image very quickly and it looks at your chest, and then you're taken to now the lab where your sputum is looked at and you're able to be diagnosed quickly.
Yeah.
So with this molecular and AI-assisted technologies, it has become much easier for us to be able to identify TB. And we are scaling this across the country to improve access and just to make sure we are able to reach marginalized populations, yes.
Can children get it?
Yes.
Babies?
Yes.
And so when is it too early to then be able to test if you have a baby, for example, who may, if we're looking at now areas where, again, ventilation is not, adequate, and you don't have enough, of course, now air passing through, and if there's a baby in that particular area, when would you know then to cough duration of any time, but when would you know then to test for a child? Especially now when you're looking at when babies are born, the tendency is to wrap them up because, you don't want them to get cold kind of thing, and they've not yet sorted out themselves. How would you then be able to look at a child, for example, and know? Because then we have these young children who are growing up but could be at risk.
So TB in children would present with more severity than in adults because the immune system is not as strong.
Yes.
And that severity would probably present like, failure to thrive, as we call it. It may be attendant with some malnutrition in it. And then the other symptoms may also present, but in some form of severity because of that immune system I mentioned. But the most important thing to pick out is that they get it from an adult.
Okay.
So it might be the mother. And so the mother needs to have that sensitivity to know that, you can see that distance if you're, for example, either breastfeeding or you have the baby close and you're coughing, you're probably passing that to them.
Yeah.
The other way is that there is an adult who probably visited that household and they have symptoms of TB. They've been coughing for a while, and maybe it's a visitor. You just place them in a room somewhere with a child, and they're able to transmit. So yes. Now there are also advances to be able to identify TB in children much quickly, and these are largely guided by the symptom screening we use, or I have mentioned, in children, but also that particular history that they have engaged with an adult who has the symptoms, and then just transmitted to them. Yes.
Still on the issue of testing, I think there's a more direct question here. What is the gold standard for testing TB?
So the molecular test is what we call gene expert. So this is a polymerase chain reaction test, amplifying DNA, amplifying DNA of the bacteria itself. So we pick that from a sample and you amplify it and say, hey, yes, this is right here. And out of that also we can check for resistance for other drugs.
Okay.
Because after you amplify the DNA, you can compare it with a template and say, yeah, there's resistance. In this particular strain, in this patient, and then you can tailor the treatment.
That's a gold level.
Yes.
We call the top level. And the basic one? The most basic one, is it just those three questions?
Basic testing, the symptom was screening. So testing is that you now do microscopy. So you if you remember microscope, you take the sputum, put it on a slide, and then you check it out, and you stain the bacteria and see, I can count them and say, this is positive, and then you initiate treatment. So that's at a basic level. Okay. Now we are moving to the more advanced detection modalities, so that we can be able to detect more cases.
And faster.
Yes.
So the other question is, how long does it take normally to treat TB?
Yes, so you take 6 months.
6 months?
Yes.
Of taking medicine?
Yes.
Daily?
2 and 4, yes.
And
so
is
an intensive phase of 2 and then
2 months intensive and then 4 months?
Yes.
And what is this that's not intensive? How many times a day? How many tablets a day?
All right. So it depends. This is tailored according to weight, age.
Right.
Yeah, but it's really a very convenient way. You can take it once a day, depending on how your tablets and the strength of the tablets look like. Yes.
Why so long?
Mycobacteria is tough. It's a tough bacteria to deal with. It has a coating. It has it's somewhere in the body, and it has defense mechanism. So you have to give these drugs in a way that enables them to penetrate, and this takes time.
It's armor-plated.
Armed. So it fights back, essentially, is what we are saying. That we're looking, if we're going to get into some of the details, that for it to understand, because folks are saying, you know what, and as we've heard people who have said, well, I've started taking the TB medication and I feel better. The cough has subsided. Look, I'm going to chuck this thing. I'm done.
Stop sweating.
3 months I've been swallowing this thing. I'm feeling better. The cough has gone. But are we saying that it's the same thing as with any other antibiotic? That if you do not finish the course, the likelihood of the bacteria to say, okay, well, they've stopped fighting. I can come back stronger and manifest myself greater in the body. Are we looking at the same thing?
Oh yes. And believe me, for TB it's tougher, because now you get into drug-resistant TB. If you have exposed the bacteria to the first-line treatment and you have not finished, now it comes back with vengeance. And now the treatment would go even longer, because then you're dealing with tailoring a medication for drug-resistant TB.
As far as diseases go, this is an old disease.
Yes, it is.
I know, because the 24th of March is when some German figured out that this thing is actually caused by bacteria.
24th of March. I was going to say 2020. Okay.
Yeah, well, the 24th of March is my birthday, so that's why I remember it.
And that's World TB Day.
Yes.
And that's when we celebrate it countrywide, worldwide, actually.
Yes.
Yes.
But the thing is, it's an old disease, but the question has to be asked, why is it so difficult? With all the advancements we've made in science, in treatment, why is it so difficult to eradicate?
So, when you introduce the human factor into disease control, you then have a challenge. So, stigma, the education that is needed. So like what we have just spoken about, I'm feeling better. I mean, I don't see the reason to continue.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes us back. We are now speaking about their preventive mechanisms, their medication we have put out there for prevention. But surprisingly, it's very hard to convince someone that take this preventive medicine, it will prevent you from getting TB. They say, I'm not feeling unwell. I'm okay. Why should you? Yeah, and more so even with, for example, healthcare workers who are working in the risky situations where you have the TB patients. Tell them, take this preventive medicine. But it's tough. So when it comes to an individual decision and the mentality of a person and the human factor in there, it's a very fluid situation.
This health-seeking behavior that we have and our understanding of ailments and treatment, because it appears we seem to believe, I'm talking about us Kenyans, us Africans, is that the moment you start feeling better, you're okay.
Yep.
And feeling better doesn't mean that you are actually... Yes. You are just feeling better. Because the idea, perhaps more so with men, the idea of seeking healthcare is when you're unwell. And unwell for most men, you're on your deathbed. You're about to croak. Yes, exactly. So how do we go about treating this? Because if that could be managed, if we could change people's attitude and behaviors towards treatment, these many problems that are caused.
I think the that's one area where the media fraternity can help us quite a bit, because with the messages you send out, you're able to influence health behavior and be able to basically tell people that, look, this is something of concern. You need to act. So that health education approach and advocacy approach, I think, makes a big difference in alignment with the interventions, the diagnostic, treatment, prevention that we do now at hospital level or at facility and community level. The advocacy I think is really, really critical.
So there are prevention mechanisms for a myriad of diseases that the globe faces, and a lot of that is vested in vaccination. And we do see a number of bacterial infections, bacterial diseases that do have vaccinations. And a lot of the campaigns also for ending diseases, Tamatisha, to end tuberculosis. For the other some of the other campaigns for diseases that we see, it's really insistent on vaccination. Polio being one of them. Smallpox was another one. So leading to the question, is there prevention mechanism in vaccination for tuberculosis? Because like CT said, and like you said, it has been there for ages. Is there talk around vaccination for prevention?
Yes, so there's quite a bit of talk around vaccination. And maybe the context to start off from is we have a TB vaccine called BCG.
Yes, which babies take at
Bacil
birth.
Camlet Urine. So the one that you have on your arm
On the day they are born,
yes, and then it forms a scar that you remain with for the rest of your life. So this vaccine reduces the severity of TB, but for a limited sort of span of time. So as you grow older, you still are at risk of getting TB, and developing disease. So what is going on right now around the vaccination space is there's a lot of research to be able to find more effective vaccinations towards tuberculosis. So for now we are using what we have, the BCG one.
Yes.
But we are also, in addition to that, exploring, other modalities. So looking at scenarios that if we get a vaccine, fine, it would help us. But in addition to that, are there other modalities, so treatment, better diagnostics, so that you are having a multi-pronged approach to the control of tuberculosis.
So one of the problems that we suffer from, I think, is data and numbers. If there is a particular demographic to be looked at to say that we can be sure, and say for looking at the arm where you have that scar, right, that the certain percentage of the population did get the BCG at birth, because usually on the day they'll come yank your baby, go do the shot, right? But how can we be sure that a certain number of the population has actually gotten the BCG, so that we know that even if there has been an infection of tuberculosis, that the severity of it would be much less? Do we have that kind of data, those kind of numbers?
I may not have those at the top of my head right now, but the Department of Dealing with Vaccination can be able to provide that. But beyond that, we are looking at numbers of those then who develop the disease. And the dynamic seems to be a bit different, because when I was speaking about 16 deep focus counties with high burden, let me give you Nairobi and Kiambu. We are likely to find that access for vaccination, working class mothers are probably in Nairobi and Kiambu. They probably go to private facilities. They have these high-end vaccination approaches, but TB is still there. It's a high burden. Definitely, the mix might be because the population is a mix of. There may be informal settlements, for example. There may be the working class and the high end. So it's a mixed dynamic.
Yeah.
So depending only on the vaccination data to draw a causative kind of link to the TB situation might not be it. There may be other dynamics and other social determinants that drive the picture that we see.
Okay.
So then in the Tamatisha program, because Tamatisha here means end. Tamatisha TB means end TB.
Yes.
Okay, so what are the timelines? What are the targets in terms of data, in terms of milestones, in terms of time? By when should we end TB?
Yes, so we are visionary and ambitious to support the national TB program to accelerate TB control, to end TB in Kenya by 2030. That means our award is about 5 years, just starting this year, but going all the way by 2029, we should see we are somewhere. And there are two key data targets that we're looking at: reducing mortality and reducing mortality by 90% and incidence by 80%.
Reduce mortality by
90% and incidence by 80% by 2030. Yeah, so we're working together with the country, and those would be country achievements. So it means you're working with other partners, you're working with the National TB program and other stakeholders to accelerate that.
So what do we need to do then in the next 5 years in order to hit these targets?
First we need to work together.
Okay.
We need to work together. It's a collaborative approach. Apart from just having these innovative interventions that we put in place, everyone needs to put the hand on deck. So media advocacy, other departments, say agriculture, you need to provide nutrition for those who are struggling with TB. In health, there is, making a universal approach, primary health care kind of approach to support the various community persons to be able to engage. Interesting places like Ministry of Interior, for example, they need to support us in controlling TB, for example, in the prisons.
Getting the chiefs to talk.
Across the borders. Okay. Yes, that talking is important so that we really make a difference and advocate for TB control. So when you see someone coughing, support them to be able to access the treatment.
Dr. those are not smart objectives. None of those is. I said, let's talk about increasing our nutrition. What do we need? It's 5 years.
All right. So
in 5 years, what are we saying? Are we saying that we should now have balanced diet for every child in Kenya in those 5 years? Are we saying that SHA, that we shall fund SHA to the tune that it can support primary health care in those 5 years? What are we saying?
I have given you processes, and I think you told me they're not smart. All right. Okay, so our objectives per se revolve around certain things. One, reach. All right. So when we say reach, we want to detect more TB cases and actively find them. So that's one. Two is treatment, and here we want to improve the treatment success rate. We are doing about 85%, but we want to go higher. So treatment success rate, what we were speaking about, you've started your medication, are you completing it, and have we controlled TB in that particular individual and in areas of interest? Then prevention, right? So we want to prevent this transmission, and there are these drugs we spoke about that we can give to prevent someone from developing TB, doing the infection prevention control approach, aeration, making sure that you're in spaces that transmission doesn't happen. That's prevention. And then sustain. And under sustain, we now have these collaborative approaches that I focused on, and I was told they were not very smart, but let me bring them out again. So building capacity at national level with the National TB program, at county level, where we are working with the county governments and CHMTs and the various stakeholders and partners to make sure there's enough capacity at that level to make a difference for TB. So those are four smart
Reach, treatment, prevention, sustain.
Yes, very good.
And now we measure those in the next 5 years.
Exactly.
And see how we are doing.
Asante.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for all the lessons that you've taught us today, Dr.
Thank you, Latiff.
Yep. So, Dr. Sam Muga is a daktari in the Republic of Kenya, but also he is the Deputy Chief of Party for the USAID Tamatisha TB program. The target is to end TB in Kenya by the year 2030, working collaboratively between the development partners, supported by the government and other agencies on the ground. For example, this one you're dealing with the Center for Health Solutions in Kenya.
Yes.
Yeah. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. And yes, you've heard about TB. Spread the word. TB is something. We are seeing very many comments of people actually also talking about their experiences with TB.
Yes.
And it's good that we keep spreading this awareness. It's 8 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Ministry of Health has released 9 billion shillings to the Social Health Insurance Fund. This event comes as the government says that it will ensure that all facilities across the country, whether private or public, get the required amount that they'll need in order to serve patients better. Moving on is that the family of the deceased, that is the Wells Fargo manager, have said that they are happy with how investigations are ongoing since they've been able to capture one person who was found to have taken part in the murder of their kin. This event comes as the government pathologist announced that the results they found showed that he died due to head bleeding. And the teachers, the university lecturers, have entered their second day strike and have said that they'll not return to work until the government agrees to sign their 2021-2025 CBA. Led by the WASU Secretary General, that is Constantine Wesonga, they say they'll not be cowed, neither will they be threatened by the government, as they failed to agree on the part of the bargain that made them return to work. This event comes as several university lecturers across the country have maintained that they'll not return to work due to the unbearable working conditions that they have to work in from time to time. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Na hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes, but then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance
and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, where are we? At a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Traffic still continues. Many parts of the city today. Whatever that little nook of traffic is on the southern bypass is still an issue inbound towards the interchange. Not quite sure what's going on with that, so send us a shout out just in case you do know. On Jogo Road, right around the Makadara train station, traffic heading out towards Landis is busy. Landis itself, as you get towards the Kamkunji roundabout, traffic is starting to build up there as well. And on the Thika Superhighway, we've seen traffic now coming in from the Allsop stage. This is just past Garden City, out towards the junction between Muranga Road and Wangari Maathai. Kiambu Road continues with a little bit of traffic here and there. It's also busy coming out of Westlands. Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley, Limuru Road. All this business happening. Also with a little bit of... it's a lot of traffic on James Gishuru. Quite some, actually, bumper to bumper. So watch out for that coming in from Zimmer Springs as well. Shall we talk? Let's do it. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
6 minutes after 8, good morning and welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. Thank you very much for tuning in, for choosing this as the way to start your day. City, when we tell people to download Tala, they think, this thing is not for me, Bwana. Who told you I want small money?
Well, the idea here isn't small money. Change the conversation.
Okay.
The idea here is convenience. Convenience comes when you have an emergency and you don't really know what to do.
Yes.
Especially if it's a matter of that has financial implications. Sometimes the problem isn't the big money, which often takes time before it arrives. It's a small money.
Just small ones.
5, 10, 20, 30,000 shillings. And yet it is crucial. That is where Tala comes in. Because they are able to ensure that that problem you have that requires that amount of money is sorted out. Yes.
At that particular moment.
At that particular moment.
Because you need it there and then.
You need it there and then, and there isn't, as we say as Kenyans, there is no otherwise. Okay? So the otherwise now becomes Tala.
Yeah. Because normally what people would do is you'd call a friend, you call a family member, you call a close friend, and say, boss, soon as I didn't have 5K.
And then they tell you, even I was about to call you to ask for the same amount. And then what do you do?
Yes. and you need that money at that particular point. So when we say download Tala, don't think about, tell them when they start lending out 50,000 million.
Then I can talk to
5 million shillings and I can talk to them. When is the last time you went and borrowed 5 million shillings?
Well, when was the last time you went and borrowed 50,000 shillings? Why even 5 million?
50,000. Yeah. Go to Google Play and download Tala. All right, Tala is regulated and registered by the Central Bank of Kenya and also licensed by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Okay, it's important. Safaricom for all-in-one.
Star 544 hash. Those 5 digits actually. So you ask yourself, what's this? You can go there and buy freedom. You ask me what I'm saying? Exactly. You don't have to run into a situation whereby you run out of airtime or you run out of minutes, you run out of, whatever it is that you need to send your messages. So Safaricom says, you know what? Let's take you to a place of freedom where you don't have to ever worry about running out and that your conversations can continue. Your communication doesn't need to take a break. So go monthly with Safaricom when you dial that *544# and then you can select the bundle that you want. 2,000 shillings gets you 1,000 minutes of talk time, 2,000 SMSs, 17 GB of data, and free WhatsApp for 30 days. So you never have to worry that katika kuongea.
I used to be one of those guys, the guy who was just buying data in Aisha, then you'd ending at the wrong time. We're here in the middle of the show. I'm trying to browse and get something, a document, and then I realize, oh my goodness, no data. So I have to now start looking, buying data. Conversation is going on. What I wanted was to get information at that particular point. When I was introduced to this thing, 30 days data sorted.
So your life has changed.
Doesn't he look different?
I'm telling you.
Just say, living testimony. Yeah. All in one works all the time. All the time. So, there's a guy called Gamzo. He is a cartoonist and he's editorial cartoonist for the Standard. Today, he has this funny one. Okay, look at it. Okay. So there's a caricature here of some person who, and then there's one side. Then, this person seems to be saying, we have to speak truth to power. And then there is now. We have the power. So why speak the truth? And he's holding a placard. ODM, UDA deal. Okay? Who does that guy look like?
Well,
It's difficult to tell.
It's difficult to tell, eh?
Yes, it's very
we'll give
difficult.
our guests to look at it. Our guest is Jared Okoh. He is a member of parliament for Nyando constituency. What does that person look like, Jared?
Bas here.
It's okay, you can say it. It's a safe space. It's a safe space.
Well, looks like a guy from ODM going by his messaging together with his inner attire, which is the T-shirt in the orange in orange color. Yeah. But I'm trying to figure out who he is in the party. It's not coming out.
Truth to power.
Why speak the truth?
when you have the power.
Welcome, Jared. It's good to have you here.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks, Okoh, and my constituent.
Yes.
Whom I donated on loan to Muhoroni constituency. Mr. Muga. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
He's your constituent?
Yes, he's my subject. From Katolo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Katolo is in
Nyando. Nyando constituency. Yeah.
And then that's where the roots were. And then it spread to Tamu.
Muhoroni, yes.
Yeah. In Muhoroni. Which year?
I told him. It is referred to as a big flood of 1962. It was actually an inflow. This thing we've been experiencing where the lake sort of like spreads and water. Okay.
We are still experiencing it today.
Yes, we are.
The lake bulge.
Yes.
It started in Uganda.
Yes.
Certain sections. Now it is with us.
It is.
Some of my people are still holed up in evacuation camps today.
What?
For crying out loud.
Yes.
We had to sacrifice 6 schools.
What?
When people moved to higher grounds, and we had to plug in those children to different schools. So it is a real menace.
It is.
So when you said that the people are still in those evacuation camps, does that mean that the water has not receded?
Not yet.
Meaning their homes have joined the lake.
Right.
What?
Right. Well, people say the lake is reclaiming its former position.
Yes.
Historically, 62 was still far off from joining you on this world, but it is said that is the location where the lake used to be. And then it went deep inside, probably because of issues of siltation and stuff. And probably again, certain times, drought also makes the lake thinner because then the tributaries don't supply enough. So then it went that way. But now with what they call the global warming and certain times we receive a lot of flooding, the lake has also grown bigger, coming back to its former position. And that has really affected most of my people. As I said, 6 of my schools are marooned to date, and we had to evacuate people and their children and put them in different schools.
That means there's crowding in those other schools.
It is. Yeah, they are overstretching. The available resources, yes.
It also means that people have had their livelihoods disrupted for so many months.
Oh, completely.
Yes. Oh, yes.
So what's the plan?
Well, the plan is, because it can't be a Kenyan solution. It has to be the East African solution. I remember, it didn't start this year. We have had it the last 3 years. And I remember the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, came on the ground, witnessed what was there, and he made an undertaking to have it addressed between Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, because all these countries are getting affected. We tried to do, desiltation of the lake that, to some extent, removed part of that, waterlogging deeper inside. And then it followed the diking along the shores. But certain times it brings down the dikes and it comes out. So it needs a long-term solution. Besides the fact that we're also battling River Nyando, constantly bursting its banks each time we have, a lot of rainfall. So Nyando should be a hardship zone. Unfortunately, it is not categorized as so.
This is a crazy thing. We'll get into the conversation before City gives you the proverb. But in those very many years, settlement schemes were established,
right,
where people moved and they were encouraged to relocate and go and set up their livelihoods elsewhere. That's how they ended up in Muhoroni.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now you're talking about you talking to Uganda, Tanzania to do what? To take their lake. In the meantime, the people who are living in these camps, what are we telling them? The children who are sitting 80, 100 in a classroom and they are still going through it, what are we telling them? I mean,
it's a combo of problems, because one of the things that you will find when Mheshimiwa talks about global warming and what we have done to the earth we live in, we have cut down our forests. We have reduced the cover. That cover helped tremendously when it came to rainfall and what it did with the water. Now, if you've cleared huge swaths of it, the water then runs freely, and the siltation that it takes place is now multiplied. So, for the river to flood is extremely easy. And remember, it also carries that siltation to the lake. So, it's a problem that has been occurring. Now, this thing was cyclical in the sense that the cycle was longer. The problem we're having now, the cycles are getting closer and closer and closer. And then the event is lasting longer.
Right. Well, you mentioned about people relocated in the year 1962, 63.
64.
And 64. Not everybody moved, whereas the government had set aside chunks of land from Kibigori all the way to where you are in Tamu, but not everybody benefited. So they were also, emboldened by the fact that within a few months the water went back. So even those who had moved actually to upper grounds came back to their lands. Usually people don't like disassociating with their ancestry.
No.
For some strange reasons. Even when they move to the States and any other country, they say want to retain everything from home, including their names, their villages. That's why you have Kisumu Ndogo in Nairobi, because we want to get that attachment with the places where we came from. So many people went back. Of course, again, from 1962 to 64, we did not experience that problem again.
No, we did
until
not.
just quite recently.
True.
So you can't also again falter them for having gone back. But it is now a problem.
You're
that we
actually right.
have.
You know, there are people who actually moved to Moroni and then moved back.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Many.
Yes.
They thought it was just a passing. That thing has
after
passed.
1964 until now, surely.
Yeah, but again, you know, this was a livelihood. Living by the lake is a livelihood. So you take them to Moroni where there is no lake. They have left their trade, which is fishing, and they have been told the lake has since went back to its original place. They will come back and do their fishing.
Fishing,
So you
and
can't
then
fault.
told you plant sugar canes, you wait for sugar cane to grow.
24 months.
Long stories. I get it.
Yeah.
Jared, karibu sana. City will give you the day's proverb. So once again, our guest is Jared Okello, the MP for Nyando. What Ndu is calling Nyando Bay.
I've decided. It sounds like it needs to be completed.
Nyando Bay.
Yeah.
Like
The
your name
proverb
needs
city?
to be Okoh,
Yes.
not Okoh.
Yeah, Okoh.
Yeah.
There are people who actually think it is. Yes.
It is Okoh. Eh?
Yes.
Welcome home.
The T is silent.
You know, in an earlier hour, I mentioned that the state of Libya, this is where the proverbs come from. In an earlier time, ancient Libya, it was actually a term that some foreigners used to refer to the whole continent. But many people also don't know that Libya was, in the 5th and 6th century, a huge center for Christianity. The name Cyrene, people read it in the Bible and they don't understand. Cyrene was actually in Libya.
Oh, that's so.
Yes.
Irene.
Okay.
Yes. So when you have Simon of Cyrene, he was a Libyan. Yes.
Someone from Libya.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. The proverb: when the turban moves, there moves the territory.
When the turban moves, there moves the territory. What do you think this proverb is telling us?
When the turban moves, there moves the territory. The turban is the kitamba,
Kilemba.
The kilemba. And then when it moves, there moves the territory. Let me put it this way. The turban can be a symbol of marking a territory, you know, like a territorial boundary. Because when it is on your head, definitely, that is the territory where it covers. So as it moves, it covers even more and more regions of your head, and by extension, having more territory than it had before. So that is what I would understand by when the turban moves.
That is a very interesting interpretation.
Interpretations are different than
Very interesting indeed. Yes.
Interesting one. So back to that. Now you've had some time to think about, you know. So this is just basically looking at what's happening. There are people who are thinking, okay, this person looks like Opondo Kaluma. I don't know what you think. Others are saying, it doesn't matter. Let's just say it doesn't matter. But it's speaking about something that at one time there are members of parliament from a certain political leaning who would say we would speak truth to power. And then due to certain events and incidences, now there's a broad-based government, there's a handshake, there's Your Excellency, we are here and we are telling you even where we come from and you know our people, we are working with you. And now there's a whole change of tune. We have the power. Why do we need to speak the truth? Right? Do you think it's actually a true reflection of our current political situation?
As a member of parliament, let me say jambo to our viewers together with our listeners across the globe, and say jambo again to the constituents of Nyando, those who gave me the mandate to serve. You know, the government is patterned along 3 lines. And as they say, there are 3 branches of government. You have the executive, which is headed by the president and his cabinet. Then you have the legislature, where I belong. And again, now you have the judiciary, whose work is to interpret the laws. Now, when you have the legislature with very defined roles, Number one is representing the people, and that is why Article 1 of the Constitution says Kenyans can do what they can directly or through their duly elected representatives. So representation becomes a key element. Number two is oversight, which is enshrined in Article 95 and 96 of our Constitution. And of course, again, number three, alongside others, doing budgets for the country and stuff. So the oversight role is the mandate of Parliament, both the National Assembly and the Senate. And it does not delineate boundaries along political parties. So certain times I become disturbed and quite perturbed when people say, now we are in government, there is no point doing oversight. Governments are rogue in nature. And that is why, in the interest of our laws, we came up with the Parliament to help oversight the executive. Checks and balances. The moment you withdraw the element of checks and balances, the whole nation suffers. And as I said, by nature, governments are rogue. The element of wanton killings and abductions that we see happening in our country now, the element of corruption, which all these put together have to be apportioned somebody to punch holes where necessary. So the populace, having put that mandate on members of Parliament, are waiting for us to ask those difficult questions. But then when people turn around to say, now we are part of that government, and therefore we cannot ask pertinent questions around all the issues that bedevil us, then we are losing the mark. And that brings me to this point. We have seen a pattern developing in this country where some of our experts have gone into government, and there are very few, by the way. We only have 5,
Experts.
And that is the term that was coined by our party leader when he was releasing them to go to serve in that government. And experts they are, because we know what they are made of and their different trades. So when they joined government, I think as a parliament we never lost our responsibility to oversight and to represent our people. We just had in a very difficult situation in the month of June, which was climaxed on the 25th of June when the Gen Zs raided Parliament. I think the message was very clear that Parliament, you are letting us down. We gave you the mandate to serve. You know your role as a member of Parliament. You understand the Constitution, but you are running away from the Constitution and doing bidding for the executive. That was the message that the Gen Zs presented to us. Because, as you say, some people are now saying we don't want to speak to power anymore. Then who will? Who will? And that is why Article 37 of our Constitution, having recognized that there could be missing links and people who may not have the wherewithal to confront the government of the day, they brought in Article 37, which is demonstrations and picketing, so that the people have a latitude and a platform to directly exercise that sovereignty. Because you have failed them as their representatives, and here they're coming directly to speak to power. And we saw that happen in the month of June. So that is where we are. I still believe, as members of Parliament, we must play our cardinal role of oversighting government and putting it to check.
Do you think Parliament as an institution and all of you members got the message that was sent to you by the people of Kenya, the young people of Kenya in June?
I cannot speak for the entire Parliament. Personally, I did. And that is why I'm expressing myself as such.
No, from the entire Parliament is from your own observation. After you came back.
Right.
Since that moment, you came back, looking at how Parliament is still conducting its business, looking at how your colleagues are debating issues, are handling issues. Do you think the message landed?
I would say not much has changed. A few changes here and there can be noticed, but not to the degree that the electorate would expect. And that therefore becomes a matter of concern. Of course, again, after the Gen Z's protests, there came the division between the president and the former deputy, which also took quite a chunk of our time, debating that issue, bringing it as a motion before Parliament, passing it and moving it to the other house. So a lot has also happened that certain times would cloud the good things that would probably be happening within the house. But I can say that as Parliament, we can do much more to safeguard the people of Kenya, because Kenyans need safeguards. The moment a nation loses confidence in its electorate and in its government, the resultant consequences can be devastating. And therefore, as members of Parliament, we need to do our part. The judiciary, I would say, has done a lot more good. Apart from certain times, my coalition divide, thinking that the Supreme Court is the missing link, is the weak link in dispensation of justice. You remember, just when the High Court and the Court of Appeal yesterday had, increasingly saw the Finance Act 2023 as having transgressed the processes, the Supreme Court comes out to say it was all good. Now, the Constitution gave Kenyans an opportunity to carry out an introspection on anything that they do. You cannot just come up with a piece of legislation without asking the views of the Kenyans. And then the court has also pronounced itself that the public participation, which is a key element in legislation, has to be both quantitative and qualitative. So you can't just have us in this house, the four of us, talking about something before Parliament, and you call that public participation. No. You must have the representation across the country. You remember, a court of law pronounced itself during the impeachment process of the former deputy president that it has to be cascaded down to the constituencies. We have 290 constituencies. Now that then therefore feeds into the quantitative aspect of public participation. And the High Court and the Court of Appeal, making their findings, came up with a verdict that the quantitative aspect of public participation as regards the Finance Act 2023 fell below par. And, they had evidence adduced before them. But it goes to the Supreme Court and they say, well, firstly, there hasn't been any law made by the National Assembly as regards public participation.
So there's no bar set.
Yet the same court says to set the bar, you have to go deep down to the constituency level. That is a bar in itself. And by the way, in areas where parliaments have failed to come up with pieces of legislation, the courts of law cannot run away from that responsibility. They have to put remedies in the interim until Parliament will come up with a piece of legislation over a matter. So they cannot all throw their hands in the air in surrender
and say it,
oh, the court, no, it is Parliament. Parliament says, no, it is court. No, the court must pronounce itself.
Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 9. A conversation will continue shortly with Jared Okello, who's the MP for Nyando Bay.
Exactly.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
This conversation continues shortly. Cradle.com.
Cradle.com. So that's the website where you will go and register, and then you will get invited. Invited to what, you might ask? Well, it's the Study in Ireland fair that's taking place on the 9th of November. So you want to pursue your university education and you decided that it is Ireland you want to go to. Well, the top universities in this country will be on showcase on the 9th at the Gallant Mall in Parklands, and you'll get information from direct access to these top universities, finding out what they're all about, how you can apply, what career path you can take just because you attended these top schools. You can also discover Ireland's career opportunities. What can you do when you finish with a university education? And you can also get expert visa guidance. What do you need to do to apply for a visa to get you well on your way to pursue your education? So you can apply to schools on the spot, you can get amazing scholarships, and you can also get visa consultation because you registered on Cradle, that's CRAYDEL.com, and then you got an invitation, and then you'll attend the fair, and all the information that you need will be right there.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hi everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
TUS is currently offering a €1,000 Sub-Saharan Africa scholarship that is eligible to all our incoming students from the region. There is an additional €3,000 alumni scholarship for all students progressing to first year from our foundation program, giving you a total of €4,000 scholarship from first year till you graduate. 86.9% of our graduates are employed within 9 months of completing their degree. It's such an amazing time at TUS, and we look forward to welcoming you. Thank you.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the official Study in Ireland fair at the Gallant Mall Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
The weather with Spice FM.
Sun still continues to shine in Nairobi, 19 degrees with highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 28 as well in a sunny Nakuru at 18. It's 19 and sunny in Nyeri, going to highs of 28, and at 19, sunny in Eldoret with highs of 26. Mombasa will see highs of 32, while Malindi will see highs of 32 as well. It's sunny in Kisumu at 22, and at 21, sunny conditions in Kakamega. Light rain showers have begun in Kampala, 22 degrees, going to highs of 30. And we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam at 27. 15 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 26. And we're looking into a partly sunny Mogadishu at 29, going to highs of 31. And it's 16 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 23. Partly sunny conditions now after the clouds in Lagos, highs of 31. And it's cloudy at 25 in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 24.
Chilled Spice.
It does continue. We are still in traffic hour this morning, and traffic then touching on Mzima Springs out towards James Gishuru, very heavy in and outbound. Inbound traffic, outbound traffic is quite something. The roundabout then on Waiyaki Way. Inbound traffic from Red Hill, very heavy, and it's going to take off some of that. Lower Kabete heading out towards Spring Valley, very heavy traffic. Also coming in from Gesha Road today. It's all finding its way through towards Limuru Road, heading out towards the city. And that spillover is also coming in from Ring Road Westlands. So traffic in that area starts later, but it's very busy. On the Thika Superhighway, still coming in heavy from the Allsops Junction. Kiambu Road, a little bit of traffic here and there, and it's also busy on Moranga Road as well. All right, keeping an eye also on what's coming off of Jogo Road, heading out towards Landis, and on the Eastern Bypass through towards the Cabanas Interchange. It's ebbing and flowing, getting easier as we go along. Let's see what happens as we come out of traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A conversation with Mtumishi Jared Okello, MP, Nyando constituency.
So even as we look at the happenings, one also then must ask the question that where does the loyalty lie? For members of let's look at Parliament specifically, whereby it is clear that this representation has been lent to members of Parliament, representatives. You have been given the opportunity to do so. But where does the loyalty lie? Because we've seen so much, there's a lot of horse trading between this lending between the people and the executive. What's the truth in terms of this power?
In our former regime, before the new constitutional dispensation, which was enacted in the year 2010, every swearing-in ceremony from the president then deep down to the member of county assembly, who were called councillors at the time, was to swear allegiance to the president. To the president. And then the nation comes later. Now, with the new constitution that we have, not new as such, it moved then from the president to the Republic of Kenya. That therefore means that any loyalty, if there were, should be to the Republic. And the Republic means the people that we represent. The president has a constituency. Members of parliament do have constituencies, the governors deep down to the members of county assembly. So your loyalty should be tied to the people who then, by a wider view, become the Republic of Kenya.
Okay.
But I know that that has been lost in the mix of things because people tend not to disassociate political party leanings to the government of the day. Now, the government, as I said, is a separate animal. And then you have the other strata of government. So you have the National Assembly, you have the Senate, you have, women representatives and all that, who should always align their views, their policies, their leanings to the people that they represent. But because political parties make governments, people affiliated to those political parties think that they are government and therefore they shouldn't have any other extraneous consideration that benefits the people.
Yeah, it always is the government. But, let's be real. It's not to the party.
No, it's not.
It is to the individual. People do not align themselves with the party ODM. They align themselves with the person, Raila Odinga. It's not with the UDA or Kenya Kwanza. It's the person, William Ruto. It's the person, Uhuru Kenyatta. It's the person, Kalonzo Musyoka for Wiper.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
So how do we get ourselves from, because this is why I think, by observation, we see that even those in Kenya Kwanza, in the various parties in Kenya Kwanza, when they are in the house, they look up to William Ruto. They feel that they actually owe something to William. They are beholden to William Ruto. He contributed to them getting into that office. Uhuru Kenyatta went ahead and actually told them directly, some of you people, I helped. You owe your position to me. And he told them that.
Yeah.
And now I can't even fathom that you'd stand up and say anything against me, right? I made you, right?
Yeah.
So this is the tricky situation that you find yourselves in.
Whereas that
you've got to kiss the ring,
right? We have had our democracy, for many years, but we treat it as if it's still in a nascent stage. That is our, travesty.
Yeah.
You have political parties, go to the US, for example, the two dominant political parties, the Republican and the Democratic Party. They are just political parties. There is no one above it that you have to really, as you say, kiss his ring in order to, to win a political seat. So all the allegiance are to the major political party without an individual tied to it. Now, I don't know whether before they got to this stage that they were also to listen to certain political leaders in order for, for elections to ensue. Because truth be told, if you're coming from central Kenya, for example, today, you may want to align yourself with the former deputy president. If you are from Ukambani, you still want to be with Kalonzo Musyoka.
Why? And I think that's the question.
Yes.
Why does leadership and good governance have to be tied to an individual? I don't think it has to be, but I think that if we are coming from the place where that republic, whose allegiance you've actually sworn to, if that is front and center, really, of your intention, then perhaps there would be no need to have to look to the individual, that you then have to be subservient, loyal, and place your allegiance to? Have we from the very beginning, is the compass not pointing in the right direction?
No, it's true, but it's difficult. You know why?
I'm sure it's difficult, but that's the thing. We've taken the easy route.
No, I'm actually agreeing with you here.
Okay, please.
Yes. It's just that I began the agreement in a lopsided manner.
Agree properly.
But I'm actually agreeing with you.
Yeah.
You see, we give the example of America, and we fail to understand that this was a newly formed nation. And everybody from everywhere came there.
Yeah.
There were some people, like our relatives, who went there by force. The natives who actually owned the country were decimated. And taken to some
pushed
to just about the most unfathomable pieces of land you could have. So what they corralled around were ideas. Remember, they had a monarchy to fight.
Yes.
Okay? Now, when they had fought the monarchy, they then went and fought among themselves. That more or less galvanized the ideas around which now their politics functioned. Who supported this ideology and who supported the other. Over time, they even changed. Like many people don't know that Abraham Lincoln was actually a Republican.
Yeah.
You see? So what we know the Republicans to be now is what the Democrats were known to be at an earlier time, because most of the Democrats were from the South.
Yes, they were.
All right? Now, that's their evolution. We have had communities that have been the way they are as God made them. Okay? So we are accustomed to coalescing around our communities. This idea of mixing and matching is something that we are still learning to do. We are still learning to accept. We are still learning to move away from demonizing communities because we don't understand them. So our democracy in many ways reflects that, our heritage and our background. And we keep saying we need to shed it. Yes, we can actually. But for many people, it's what our politics revolves around. So they are very unlikely to shed it.
Yeah, on the same, I wish we would reach a situation just as you envisage, that we will run away from personality and have politics based on issues. How I wish we would get there faster. I don't know how long it took the United States, but I think my constituent Muga has put it quite ably.
I don't
that
think
they were from different. They were just from different backgrounds, and therefore it was very difficult to rally them along ethnic or regional lines, because these were all, foreigners, immigrants, so to speak. So in our situation, we have the political leaders. You talk about Uhuru Kenyatta still for Jubilee, Kalonzo Wiper, Raila Odinga now, Professor Peter Nyang' Nyong'o for ODM.
It's Raila.
William Ruto.
Raila has also been very clear. Nyong'o is just a placeholder.
Yes. While he concentrates on the other side. So, this has also been buoyed by the electorate. If the electorate would take a different tangent, then it would be much easier. But assuming Right Honorable Raila Odinga today becomes ODM and moves to another political outfit, Wiper for example, it will be a mass exodus of the electorate. So you are a leader standing by yourself that you want to identify with the ideals of ODM, you will be on your own. So this one, whereas the leaders need to give a direction, that direction many a times would be rejected by the electorate. And you do not serve on your own. You serve by the electorate. And by the way, Ukambani politics, where Kalonzo has now been their leader for years, it's because the people, the common people, align with his ideas.
They have endorsed him.
They have endorsed him.
Yes.
To the effect that if you come out as a good leader and you want to represent your people and you present facts and very good policies, refined, they will listen to you. But at the end of the day, they will be asking, chama yake.
Anapigana na Kalonzo.
Yes. With all those good policies notwithstanding. So that is
the
where
issue
we
is
are.
the people.
It is the people.
Yeah, it comes back into that. If why are the people then like that? Why are we, the electorate, like that. Because like now, as you can see, Mount Kenya is struggling to see, all right, are we going back to Uhuru? Are we saying, sorry, Uhuru, we wronged you, now we are back? Even Gachagua has come to apologize. It's you, Uhuru, now give us the direction. Why Uhuru Mount Kenya? Why? Look at Ukambani. At the end of the 2002 election, it was clear, the message was clear that Kalonzo, don't mess with Kalonzo, right? Look at the number of MPs, the senators, the MCAs that his party garnered, and those ones were saying it's Kalonzo, right?
Right.
Kina Kivuda Kibwana and Mutua and others. Well, yeah.
Decimated.
But it's Kalonzo,
politically,
right?
yeah. Ngilu.
So why is it that people like that? Is it in our DNA?
No,
we identify with one king, one leader, one.
Right. We also have to understand where we are coming from. For example, where I come from, the successive regimes have alienated us. We have been abandoned and confined to oblivion by successive regimes. And Moi actually put it in plain, that siasa mbaya ni maisha mbaya, and siasa mbaya for him was punching holes on his governance.
You're not on my side.
Yes, so that was siasa mbaya. And we are also not accustomed to keeping quiet when things go wrong. So then that feeds into our more problems. So if you have a people who are isolated, it is so easy to galvanize them around one leader so that they can fight for survival. Ukambani, we know, has always been sidelined. Water is still a problem, as basic as it is. You go to places like, Western Kenya, though there are many leaders in Western Kenya, but again, out of that, they have also not been so alienated like the rest of the country. So you look at areas where the successive governments have given them a wide berth, they tend to regroup, isolate themselves from what would call powers that be, and appoint a leader to speak on their behalf. So, and this is all around resources. And we have tried to escalate or cascade resources to the periphery as much as we can by way of devolution through the counties, the CDF, equalization fund. We have tried to do that, but you do all your math, 85% of resources or even more are still held by the national government.
Yep.
So that therefore creates more reasons for people to feel that they have continued to be alienated. You remember, just a few months ago, after the Gen Z's protest and a reconstitution of cabinet, Luo community got 2 cabinet slots. A few days later, the president went to visit Luo Nyanza, and you could see, the
attitude had changed.
No, the ecstasy just around his welcoming, just because they feel that at least for once we have a representation in the 85% of resources by the national government.
May I interject?
Right.
So does that mean then that the euphoria was around the man, the president, or the euphoria was around now the
inclusion?
The inclusion.
Well, it was around a symbol of inclusion. Yes. Of course, 2 is paltry. But 2 out of 22, not so bad for a country with 8 regions, okay? What we used to call provinces. So you have 2, and it creates just some greater happiness and joy across Luo Nyanza. And by the way, that trip had not been pre-planned. It only coincided with appointments of those people. And you could see the joy percolating in the entire Luo region. So much of it, as I said, is about resources.
So then, now, let's actually just take that one example. This region, you come from this region, you've grown up in this region, you're a leader in this region, okay? If you look at the Kibaki 2, this region had leaders in government. This region had the co-president of the Republic of Kenya in government, all right? Look at Uhuru 2. This leader this region had handshake and leaders in government. Now we do have that. So you'd expect that the people who have actually suffered the brunt of marginalization would go into government and now champion that we don't have to have our leader coming to kiss a ring so that we can start enjoying this. We shall go to the ideals of the Constitution and ensure that the resources reach the people so that it doesn't matter whether you are from Tana River or from Kajiado or from Eldoret and you are the president. We don't have to come and bow to you. We shall get what we deserve. You'd expect that would come from leaders who've gone through such a harrowing experience.
Right. It is common knowledge that Baba is the author of devolution. He came up with the idea. He made sure it formed part of our constitution. By the way, originally we as ODM wanted 45% of resources to be taken to the counties, so that the national government, which should actually be doing policies, not implementation. Implementation should be by the county governments down there. 45%, so that if the 55% would be held here at the in Nairobi, then it makes a lot of sense that our regions will grow. But it was fought by those who have always been around government and understand what it means to have power and resources moving in tandem. So they fought it, and it only came down to 15%. And by the way, it is not just the 15% of the prevailing budget. They look at the 15% of the previous years.
Last audited.
Yeah, audited. And usually the Auditor General is
2 years behind.
Yeah, 2 years behind. So we are getting 15% of the year 2021.
Of Uhuru's cabinet.
Of Uhuru's government.
Uhuru's budget.
Of history. So you can imagine, with the increasing taxation regimes together with mopped up collection by Kenya Revenue Authority, it is like 100% is still being held here, if the current data is anything to go by. 100%.
So back to my question.
Right.
So why is it that the author of devolution, who then ends up wielding power in these two administrations, would not use that opportunity, plus the leaders such as yourselves who understand the history and the background of it, to actually champion for better?
Actually,
that you'll end up having to kiss a ring.
Right. Well, Baba has never kissed anyone's ring, including during Kibaki 1 and Kibaki 2. And that is what actually caused the fallout.
Donating only for experts.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And those experts still don't serve you.
Right. Right. So it is about Baba making sure that resources go to the counties. I think this is a message that he has constantly told the public. He has punched holes where necessary with the government to ensure that the resources do not just delay, because really they delay. Right now, if you talk to governors, they will tell you since July they haven't seen any money. And Baba has consistently talked about all these issues so that the government of the day can wake up to the reality that resources are needed. It's only Baba who has always talked about equity in distribution of national resources. He has.
Talking is one thing, Bwana.
Well, that is the much he can do.
No,
He's
not. It's not the much that he can do.
What else can he do apart from, letting...
Look. This region is donating expertise into government.
Right. Oh, they are up 2 months old in office.
The leader is donating expertise and wisdom into Uhuru Kenyatta's government, into William Ruto's government.
He didn't do it for Uhuru Kenyatta.
He donated wisdom. Uhuru was calling him my brother. I confirm. What do you mean, Bwana?
There were no experts.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
So, in the end, why aren't we seeing more? Why do we have to have, a Luo MP leaving parliament to go and join cabinet, and then we see, now at least we feel included? Why do the people have to feel included by
let
that?
Let me chime in and help you with this. You've asked the questions, let me answer it. The reason why that exclusion that which my MP here has spoken of bites even more for Luo Nyanza is because they had a taste of power and authority.
At independence.
They did. They had a huge slice. So when it was taken, They felt it more than anybody else could feel it, because when the disagreement between Jaramogi and Jomo Kenyatta came about, it's not just marginalization. People lost jobs. People were removed from positions they were in. If you're fortunate, you marked time. So you feel it sharper when you have already understood what it is.
And then it's taken from you.
It's taken. Now, there are areas of this country that never had it.
So now,
they have absolutely no idea what it even feels like.
My question in a minute. Would you expect that leaders such as Jared and others, now who are in these positions, should be able to be actually championing and saying it should not matter where you're from, that you shall receive services?
Reality is manifested with the creation of the county governments. If indeed the government lived up to what is expected, funds would go to the county governments, and the very thing you're asking for would be achieved. We'd be able to say, we have the resources, it's up to us to do what it is we need for our people. That hasn't happened yet.
Well, I agree with Eric. Why Parliament exists, both the Senate and the National Assembly, is to ensure that that oversight is carried out. When counties don't get their due share, it is the Senate to ask those pertinent questions, and then the resources should then move to the ground. So if resources have not been channeled to the ground and Senate is quiet, yet they represent their counties, which should have access to development, then that becomes a very pertinent question to ask.
Which goes back into what you were saying, that Parliament should be doing a lot more than it's doing.
Much more.
Jared Okello, thank you very much for joining us today. Come again soon, tafadhali.
Thank you.
To this conversation.
I will.
This is the Member of Parliament for Nyando, what Okoh called Nyando constituency, Nyando Bay.
Thank you very much.
It's 9 a.m. Time for the news.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The family of the murdered Wells Fargo Human Resources Manager Willis Ayeko has lauded the DCI and the police in general for showing urgency and speed with the case to apprehend the killers. Speaking on behalf of the family, Siaya County Governor James Orengo and Alego Usonga MP Samuel Atandi said that they were confident that the work being done by the DCI and police will finally bring justice.
It's been very tragic. I never believed that a thing like that would happen to such an innocent, friendly, and peaceful person like Willis. But we pray to God that his soul will rest in eternal peace.
All of us were traumatized. We've not been able to sleep properly, but ultimately, justice is what will give us the comfort.
Chief Government Pathologist Dr. Johansen Odor said that Ayeko's death resulted from brain hemorrhaging due to severe head trauma.
What we found as the injury were on the head. We found a lot of bleeding, bruising in the scalp and bleeding in the brain. So this is what led to his death. Other than that, there were some other bruises we found on the wrist. I understand that when he was found, he had some handcuffs on. So there were bruising on the wrist, which were as a result of the handcuffs. There were also some bruising on the knees and the lower limbs.
Also importantly, we were able to identify him positively from clothing and the physical features. So we believe this is Willis Ayeko and the injuries were head injury.
Ayeko's dismembered body was found dumped in a stream in Siaya County. The DCI has arrested the main suspect, Victor Ouma, from his hideout in Dandora, where neighbors say he was new to them, and Victor is expected to be arraigned in court.
Huyu jamaa siku ilikuja kitu kama saa 10. Sisi tulikuwa naona akiingia na vitu. Sasa tulikuwa tumejua yeye ni muuaji. Sasa tangu hiyo siku hatujawahi muona.
Sisi tulijua ni mgeni area. Hadi siku alikuwa anakaa, kila kitu ilikuwa mpya. Si boy wa huku. Sasa jana ndo tulishtuka kusikia kuna venye kulikuwa na mambo
A section of members of the National Assembly have pledged to shut down a bill seeking to extend the term limits of elected leaders if it sails through the Senate. 6 UDMPs have distanced the ruling party from the contentious bill, terming it as retrogressive, while urging senators to reject it. Led by Gashungu MP Githinji Gishimi, they argued that Kenyans have more pressing matters, including the cost of living. The other legislators who opposed Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei's bill include Mogotio's Ruben Kiborek, Maisuri Katayama of Kuria East, Buri's Rindikiri Mugambile Kipia's MP Jane Kagiri, and Julius Taitamu of Igembe North. The hearing of the murder case of rally driver Asad Khan resumes today at the High Court in Nairobi. The state is expected to call yet another witness to testify before trial judge Lillian Mutende. During the last hearing on October 18th, the witness told the hearing that Khan died from multiple organ failure caused by excessive bleeding. Dr. Hussein Masaji from Avin Hospital told the court the bleeding was from a cut wound on Khan's right lower leg. He explained it was possible the deceased contracted sepsis, that is a blood infection, because the injury on his limb could not be classified as fatal. Asad Khan died on December 18th, 2022 after an altercation with his girlfriend, rally driver Maxine Wahome, who has been charged with murder. She, however, denied the charges. And finally, lecturers' strike today enters its second day, even as they push for the government to implement the agreement they reached on during their last talk. WASU Secretary General Constantine Masonga says this time around they'll not return to work, neither will they be cowed until the 2021-2025 CBA is implemented.
You cannot joke with the people who have gone to school. Lecturers have gone to school. You can't teach them. Go and teach them now. We have refused to go to class. Go and teach them. That you are scaring us with the sacking. Jones can teach anywhere in the world. Don't scare us. We can teach anywhere in the world. You don't scare us with sacking. And we are very few. We are very few. Jones are very few.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Round about 9 o'clock. Let's see what's happening on the roads this morning. Clocking on, coming out of the end of traffic hour. Let's take a quick look at what was happening on the Southern Bypass. That traffic seems to be increasing by the hour. Inbound traffic to Mombasa Road via the Southern Bypass interchange. Not quite sure what's going on there, but it looks like it's a bit of a sticky situation, and that keeps growing in the other direction. So one to watch out for. If you're heading in that direction, it's going to slow you down just a tad. On Jago Road, traffic heading out towards Landis is now seeping through towards Lusaka Road, and also in the other direction through towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. So that continues to be busy. Traffic left on the Thika Superhighway is just past Survey out towards Pangani at the underpass, and on the Eastern Bypass we saw some traffic that started to build, but that seems to be reducing significantly, so yay. What else is happening? Coming out of Westlands, that whole thing, Limuru Road, Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, everybody's doing a dance with traffic this morning, so if you're in that area, hang tight. It'll come to an end in a short while. We'll talk in the meantime. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
To the final hour of The Situation Room this morning, and we thank you very much for keeping it locked. Now, Cradle.com. Cradle is this organization that helps students find universities abroad, helps you even to apply for those universities, walks the journey with you. And I have experienced Cradle, actually, and I can tell you this. Mm-hmm. So when Latiff was doing her high school exams, now she's starting to think about, okay, I want to go study abroad and want to look at what I can get. she got in touch with Cradle.
Yeah.
And we got in touch with Cradle and we started interacting with them. And those guys are really good because they'll actually walk with you. So they sat down with her and asked her, what would you like to do?
What do you want to do?
I'd like to do interior architecture. What's that? So explain what interior architecture is. That they want to see, do you actually understand? So why do you want to do this? What's your expectation out of it? All right, what would you like to study? Which countries would you like to go to? Why? Right? Okay. So we have several links and contacts with all the universities in these countries. Let's look at which ones offer this kind of course that you're looking for. So then we look, and then you can also do the same yourself. And if you find any, let us know, and then we reach out to that school and see if we can help you. So they walk the journey with you. When they tell you come, and we'll bring the universities, the top universities in Ireland on this day, and they will be here. That journey will not just end there, it will be the beginning. Because once you go in there for the Study in Ireland fair, and you then start interacting with the various universities, then they will then pick up from there. What did you find? What did you like? Did you like this university? Maybe I'm still confused. I don't know whether to go to this university. What are those universities?
Also, there are quite a number of them.
University of Limerick.
Right, the University of Limerick. There's also Griffith College, University of Galway, Technical University of the Shannon, Dublin City University, Independent College, University College Cork.
So maybe after that you'll be like, okay, so I saw the Cork guys were good. The Shannon people, so I'm not really sure they'll help you walk that journey.
To make a decision.
Yeah. So when is the fair?
The fair is on the 9th of November. It starts at 8 a.m. in the morning. It concludes at 1.
Yes.
So you can actually walk in at 8 and leave at 1 with all the information that you need and probably have already made a decision.
And contacts.
Why? Because you can apply to one of these universities on the spot.
Yeah.
You can also get information about what you need to do to get your visa to go.
Yes.
You can also get information about scholarships that you can apply for that will help you pay for your university education.
Yes.
So you could get in with nothing, leave with everything that you need.
Yes. Okay. So on to our conversation. Last week we saw President William Ruto was in Turkana and he was dressed in that regalia, right? And he was looking, what's the word?
Resplendent.
That's the one, right? Because it was the Turkana Cultural Fair Festival that was going on. Let me tell you, he wasn't looking as good as he'd be looking next week when he goes for the Mara Cultural Festival.
Voilà.
Remember those photos of Ruto in the Mara?
Yes.
In the Maasai gear.
Regalia, yes.
And how he was looking. And that photo went around the world because Maasai outfit is the national dress of Kenya.
Okay.
Sio tumemaliza.
Hiyo imefungwa.
Sio tumekubaliana.
Hiyo lock.
Sio tumesema mambo ya national dress. Sio tumesema ni ile moja. Ile shuka ya Masai. Na sio tunajua hiyo shuka. Na sio tunajua shanga ya Masai. Na sio tunajua vile inavaliwa. Na si kila mtu yote tumekubaliana. Ama nyinyi mnasema nini watu ya Samburu? Kabisa.
Hapo sawa.
Sio?
Hapo sawa.
Kabisa. The two people from Samburu who are here are ministers.
Yes.
The Waziri in charge of tourism in Samburu is called Raphael Lenayara, and the Waziri in charge of culture is Evelyn Ntamuni Lendano. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Karibuni sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante.
Now, Lydia, please focus on Waziri Evelyn Tafadhali and show everybody Kenya's national dress. They're here so that we talk about the Mara Cultural Festival that will be taking place next week. Welcome to the conversation. One thing that we're going to do to welcome you is you're going to listen to this gentleman here. What he's wearing is very good. He dresses very well. But imagine the day that we dress him up in Ma attire.
It's over.
Me, I will only ask for one thing. I also want an earring.
Just one. The big one, but to wear your ear.
Tunatoboa masikio.
I meant like an earring.
Hakuna shida. So the guy has a proverb.
This is for the ladies.
No, hii ya shingo ni ya mama.
Even the earring.
Tutatoboa ile shimo moja.
Iko earring ya wazee.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
Na tunaweka ile nini ya tumbaku hapo.
Yes. Sijaitisha dread, ni earring peke yake.
Hiyo utapata. Iko hiyo.
So City will give you the day's proverb. Every week he goes to an African country, he comes up with proverbs. He comes with proverbs from that country, and then he gives us a proverb. Your job is to listen to the proverb and give us your interpretation of it.
Okay.
Not necessarily their interpretation. yours, what the proverb says to you. So this week, where are you sitting?
We are in the state of Libya. A country with a very, very rich history. As I mentioned in the earlier hour, in the 5th and 6th century, it was actually the center for Christianity. Now, those of you who are Bible thumpers, you will have understood that there was a gentleman called Simon of Cyrene. Cyrene is actually in Libya. But as we speak now, 2.7% of the population of Libya is actually Christian. Yes.
Only 2%?
Yes. The rest are Sunni Muslims.
Okay.
Yes. There's always others, people who believe in this and the other, which doesn't conform to either Christianity or Islam. But they're usually a very small minority.
Okay.
The proverb. When the turban moves, there moves the territory.
When the turban moves, there moves the territory.
Yeah.
Waziri Raphael, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
So when the turban moves, there moves the territory. I think the turban, as far as I know, is what people put around the it's like a headgear of some sort.
It is a headgear.
Yeah. So when that moves, it says the territory moves. So does that interpret that when that person moves? I think you've just explained it at the beginning when you started. And I will want to believe what you mean is when you move from like an area of a certain culture or what people do to a certain area, you have to adapt the culture of those people where you have moved to. That's the way I would want to look at it.
Good way of looking at it. Yes. Let's ask the culture minister what she thinks.
Okay. I think when the turban moves, there moves the territory. And he thought of Christianity as 2%, and that there was this notion of Christianity having cover their heads when they go and pray. So when you remove this, it's as if you have uncovered the person. So which is not normal according to that culture. So it means if you move that veil or the covering, you've moved the tradition, the culture of that person, and the beliefs of that person. So that is what you're saying, the territory also moves. So it means also the culture of that person changes all of a sudden, or changes because the turban has, the veil has been moved. So it is as simple as making that person naked.
You know, these interpretations are beautiful.
I love it.
Maridadi kabisa.
Very, very, very maridadi. Maridadi, just like Waziri.
Oh, thank you.
The camera is still on you. Please explain to us what you're wearing.
Well, this is our traditional regalia. We have beadworks with me, and then the dress. This is the dress code. So I expect during the Ma Cultural Week, this is one of the dress codes that we'll be having, among others.
What do they symbolize? Let's start with the headgear. Does it mean anything? What does it mean?
Yeah, it symbolizes our tradition. That is the Samburu and the Maasai. So the moment you see the beadworks, something reads or something tickles in your mind that this is you are dealing with a Maasai. So it symbolizes our culture. It symbolizes our way of living. This is how we normally dress. Yes.
Why must they have those jingling things?
Oh,
for example,
this
the necklace.
is for beauty. Yes.
No, the necklace is out of this world. It's something else.
Which necklace?
Which one? How many are there?
There are beadwork.
How many are we wearing? How many necklaces are you wearing?
There are several. Yes.
Oh, sorry. The necklaces.
They're out of this world.
Yeah. Unauthentic.
Okay.
Yes.
If you look at them, just to put it into a series input, the necklace at the head, every person has a different wear. You see, like now what she has on the head, that's it's only for married ladies. So if you get a young girl who is not married, the headgear will be different.
All right. How different?
It will be a bit different in the sense that they will wear something that will completely cover their eyes and partially the face. But unlike the married woman, whereby it's just a single, you see like a single chain that goes around. So at least you can see her eyes, you can see the beauty and all that. All right? Also, what she has on the neck is only also for married women. If you see the young girls, the necklaces are different. So every necklace or every edge set or stage has a different kind of attire.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it the same for the shukas?
Shukas is the same also. Yeah, it's the same. You know, a young lady will have a different kind of dress code as opposed to a married lady, or those ladies who have passed a certain stage but they are not yet married. So you'll actually be able to differentiate
just by
looking at the person.
You can tell
on what they are wearing.
This is
a married lady. This is not yet married.
Single.
Yeah.
This is older to a certain age set, like you said. Beautiful, isn't it? Now, this you're saying is the Ma culture. Who are the Ma people?
Very good. The Ma people are the Ma speakers. You know, the Ma is derived by the dialect Ma, because as you know, the Ma is generally a specific group of people that are both in Kenya. They are in Tanzania. They go all the way down to, Zambia, Zimbabwe, down there. And the Ma comes from, of course, that dialect that we speak. When people talk of Ma, they only see the Maasai. But Ma is Samburu. We have the Jamus. We have the Maasais, who are from the south. We have people that we call the Real. And these are basically Rendiles who speak the Ma language. And if you look at it, we migrated all the way from the north. So Samburus who are left in the northern part of Kenya, but our cousins went all the way down, to the southern side of the country, all the way to Tanzania, and further down. So ideally, Ma are the Ma speakers, the dialect itself. And as I've said, we are not just from the 3 Ma counties, but from many other counties, that is the Kajiado, Samburu, Narok, Baringo, Laikipia, Isiolo, Marsabit. So we are in all those territories.
Okay.
As I've said, that's all the way down to Tanzania.
When you say Ma dialects, what's that? Are you saying that you speak the same language, all of you?
Yeah. Correct.
The Ilchamus, the Rendile, the Maasai, the ones across in Tanzania, in Arusha, they speak the same language?
That is true. We all speak the same language. Depending on what area you are in, it slightly changes. Like if you a Samburu can clearly, if you look at Samburus and Maasais of Kilgoris, there is no difference when we speak. You will find a little bit of a difference when a Samburu speaks and a Maasai of Loitoktok, for example, like Kisongo. There will be a little bit of a difference. When Jamus and Samburus speak, no difference, So, but at the end of the day, you can still understand what that person is saying. So they speak the same language.
Okay. And the culture is the same. Like you've said, when it comes to, cultural practices, are they the same? When it comes to the way you've described, if it's how you dress, how you interact, does it cut across?
Absolutely. Culture is the way of life, the way you live, what you do on your day-to-day life, what you practice, what you eat. That is what is culture. It's basically the way of life for certain communities or certain grouping of people. So if you look at the Ma speakers, the Ma people, that is, as I've said, the Maasais, the Samburus, the Jamus, the Arials, and all those, they basically live the same way of life. They do the same practices, same cultural practices. The food they eat is the same, So yeah, they basically live the same way of life, for lack of a better word.
When we talk about the preservation of culture, I'm interested to know what things were done or how this culture has been preserved. If you look at Kenya, coming outside in, I think one of the most photographed tribes in Kenya is the Maasai. And for a lot of people who come out of Kenya without having an internal knowledge of what happens, you would think that all Kenyans are Maasai, just because of what you see on the outside. And I think of course, it's not the truth because there's so much more, but it is a spectacular representation of culture. Why or how do you think that this particular culture has been preserved? Why? And what have you been able to do to insist on that?
Okay, thank you. So, the Maasai culture, the holders of the Maasai culture, the Samburu Council of Elders. So we have Council of Elders. So from one age set to another, they transfer this knowledge. So when we have age set that is transiting from one to another, that is when the young boys are being transited to the next age set, they are being trained. And also for the ladies, we have old ladies. And through storytelling, through riddles, they preserve this culture, they pass it to the next generation. So it is rarely eroded. That is why this culture is as real as it was some years back.
But you know, Waziri, one could argue that all tribes have some sort of a council of elders, right? But not many have been able to retain and outwardly portray and demonstrate their culture like the Ma people. So what is it about the Ma that has kept it like this?
Okay, thank you. I think for the Ma, it is special because we have different rites of passage. We have different way of, that is the unique way of living that we, just by being a Ma, you get to know what is required of you from this age set to the next. So it's actually their way of living. We've never been maybe tampered with the way we live. That is, and also they click to their cultures. Though we receive pressures from modernization and also neighbors, communities that we are living with, but still, this is very unique for the Ma because for them, this is just the normal way of living. So as long as they retain this way of life, I don't think there is any dilution of the culture. So they have several ways of doing it. Like they come together during circumcision. During even the giving birth of a baby. There is a ritual that is done and the entire community gets together. So I think this coming together all the time, celebrating several ceremonies together, ensures that this culture is preserved and that it is also passed to the upcoming generations. So this is unique for us.
Just to add on, she said the Ma culture is the most photographed. I think that is what Madam said. And it is true. It is a very popular cultural attraction, and actually it plays a key role in tourism economy as well. And it's true. When you go to some of these countries like Europe, America, and the rest of the world, and you say, I'm from Kenya, hardly will somebody get to know where Kenya is. But when you say you are a Maasai, they say, now that is, they actually know Maasais or Ma culture more. When you say I'm a Ma person or I'm a Maasai, they get to know that truly you are from Kenyan country.
You kill lions.
Yes. And it's true what Wasiria said. We have really tried to preserve our culture. But it is true also the culture is going through a lot of pressure due to Western, way of life. But as she said, I think we have mechanisms, we have structures, as a Maasai, regardless of where you've been to or where you've gone to school, you must go through the cultural practices. For you to graduate from one stage to the other, you must go through those traditions. I'm sure being a Maasai. Even if you have gone to Harvard University, for example, you must come back home to go through some of these rites of passage.
The thing is, there are many people who argue, Raphael, that, the Maasai did not interact much with the Western culture, with the Mzungu when they came in, but that's false.
It is.
Just the positioning of where the Ma people are, as they were building the railway, they interacted with the Ma people from all the way.
Yes.
They displaced the people from Laikipia. They engaged with them. They fought with them. Right here in Nairobi, this was Ma land. I mean, Ma owned like half of the country.
Oh, yes.
In those days. So why is it that the Ma people were able to not take in that influence of the Mzungu then. Because this is what we saw, has been said, that this is what happened to the other cultures. The other cultures, sort of embraced the Western way of life. They embraced education. They embraced Christianity immediately. And with that, especially for like those in Mount Kenya, it's changed a lot of impacted their culture. City, Mike, go on.
Yeah. It is true, and many people think that we have never interacted with these Musungus, so our culture was never interfered. But you've just said it rightly. All the way when they're doing the railway, they were passing through the Maland. Nairobi was a Maland, like Kipa, for example, where most Musungus pushed the Samburus, the Masais out of that land. That was Maland. But, it is just a true example of saying if you come to an organization that has no culture or they have no structures, you can easily be able to influence that organization to go your way. But if you find people who have already their structures, their way of life, Masais knew God way before, because many people are influenced through church, when the Musungus came into this country, and you are influenced to say you have to go to church to pray to get closer to God. But even before Musungus came, we had Ngai. So Samburus knew whether I go to church or remain at home, I will still pray and God will hear my prayers. And so that is one way that has really, just by having those structures, that is one way that has really helped these mass speakers to really retain their culture. And I think in some few areas, people even resisted going to schools. Why? Because they saw it changing their way of life.
Yeah.
If somebody comes to you and tells you, for example, my brother here, that you must remove your shirt and wear something else, because the shirt you are wearing is not, it shouldn't be your way of dressing. And you found me dressing the shuka all along. I feel it comfortable being in those shukas. I don't see why I should go your way by starting up putting on a shirt, trousers, and all that kind of a thing. So I think by just having those structures and family having our traditions, believing in the way we used to live, that has really helped the Ma people not to change their way, like many other people fall into trap by going to church and by so doing. I'm not saying church is bad. Even if you look at it today, if there are any other stronger believers, actually it's the Ma speakers. Yeah. So I think we just stood firm. We never fall into the trap, and we retained our culture alongside the church.
Okay. We're talking about the Ma Cultural Festival, which was coming up soon, and it's being hosted this year by Samburu County. And that's why the Minister in charge of tourism in Samburu County, Raphael Nayera, and the one in charge of culture, Evelyn Nantumi Ntemuni Lentano, are our guests. 29 minutes to 10. Time for us to take this break. And as we go into the break, Ndu?
Yes.
See, there is a Safaricom 4-in-1.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
It's all. Yeah. Huh? You said 4-in-1.
It's all for one.
In one.
All in one. It's all in one. Because I think about it, it's four things
in one. So you could be onto something there. So guess what? You dial *4544# and you go to Go Monthly. Go Monthly then gets you into those bundles where you can decide, okay, I want airtime, I want text messages, I want data, and also you can get free WhatsApp thrown into that. So what does that mean? It means that you don't have to get to a situation where your airtime runs out in the middle of the conversation. Says, I have to buy credit, I have to call you back. Or I sent a message, you didn't get it, then you look at your phone 2 days later. Oh no, it didn't go because I didn't have airtime. No, you don't have to do that anymore. You can buy freedom by dialing *544# and tap into Safaricom's all-in-one, whereby you have access to all of these things for 30 days. You pay once, talk for as much as you need to, internet, bundles, etc., etc. Do it today.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Hii September, endelea kufurahia na Star Times. Renew your subscription today on the basic bouquet for 750 shillings for aerial decoders. Enjoy lots of fun and adventures on our kiddie channels. Let your favorite stars make your heart flutter on our world-class telenovelas. Renew your subscription on the Smart Bouquet for 1,199 shillings for satellite decoders for unmissable football action on the Carabao Cup, Saudi League, La Liga, and the Bundesliga. Music, movies, documentaries, and lifestyle channels. Download Star Times on app today on Google Play Store or the Apple Store to never miss a moment of your favorite shows. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Hi everyone. You may have heard about the official Study in Ireland fair happening next month on November 9th. Can you tell us what the students can expect?
University College Cork, or UCC as we call it, is situated in the heart of Cork City. We are the second largest city in Ireland. We have a wide variety of undergraduate and master courses in UCC. UCC was voted the 6th most sustainable university in the world, something that we're very proud of. And also, we were voted the best student campus in the Education Awards in 2021 and 2022. We look forward to seeing you in Ireland, in Cork, in UCC.
That sounds fantastic. So everyone make sure to visit the official Study in Ireland fair at the Gallant Mall, Parklands on November 9th. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
The weather with SpiceFM.
19 degrees. It'll be sunny through Wednesday in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 15. Highs of 28 and lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru at 21. And it's 23 in Nyeri, where we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 13. 22 degrees in Eldoret, going to highs of 26 and lows of 13. At 29, Mombasa, we'll see highs of 32 today and lows of 25. And where it's sunny in Malindi at 30, we'll see highs of 32 and lows of 25. It's 25 and sunny in Kisumu, going to highs of 31. And at 25 as well in Kakamega, we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 15. Cloudy conditions continue in Kampala with highs of 30 and lows of 19. And Dar es Salaam is sunny at 29 with highs of 32 and lows of 25. Johannesburg, now at 17, is sunny, highs of 27, and at 30 we'll see sunny conditions in Mogadishu through Wednesday with highs of 31. It's 17 and sunny in Addis Ababa, highs of 23 and lows of 11. Lagos now partly sunny at 26, will go to highs of 31, and the cloud cover continues in Kinshasa with highs of 32 and lows of 24. We're looking into a cloudy Beijing afternoon on Wednesday, highs of 18 and lows of 10, and it's cloudy at 11, going to highs of 15 in Paris, at 11 as well in London, going to highs of 14. It's cloudy in New York at 15 Tuesday night. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 23 and lows of 15.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
All right, looking at the whole Westlands area, we've got some movement starting now. It's starting to unclog traffic, but James Gishuru remains very busy. The Red Hill Link Road, that traffic has disappeared. Lower Kabete Easy Street, all the way through towards Spring Valley, so that's fine. Ring Road Westland, still some traffic here. You'll maneuver through that in no time without an issue. State House Road, some traffic, and all of that bleeding onto Uhuru Highway via Chiromo at some point. And then looking at the Eastern Bypass, that has all been sorted out. A quick look at the Southern Bypass, that traffic still there as you're trying to get towards the interchange and then join Mombasa Road at some point. Still looking at the reasons as to why that's happening. Let's talk through the morning on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The Ma Cultural Festival is coming up very soon, and that's why we are hosting two CCMs from the host Samburu County, Rafael Nayara, the CCM for Tourism, and Evelyn Temuni Lentano, who's a CCM for Culture. When will this take place, the festival, Rafael?
Yeah, thank you. The festival will take place as from the real actual dates of the action. It's 7th, 8th, and 9th. Mm-hmm. Ideally, 6th will be the day of arrival for all those who are coming to celebrate with us the Ma culture. Mm-hmm. And so the culture, the dates are from 7th to 9th. Just to say, this is the second edition of the Ma culture that we are celebrating. The first edition was the Narok County hosted the first edition. And the first one, this is a bit different. The second edition is a bit different in the sense that when we did the first edition, it was purely for Ma people coming together. I'm also told the first time ever for the Ma people to come together was that time. Every other time when we used to come together, we come together and there is always a conflict for resources and whatever. But that time when we had this first edition in Narok County, which was at Sekenani, it was really the first time that all the mass speakers came together.
To celebrate
our culture. This time round, the second edition is being hosted at Samburu County, and to be specific, it will be at Samburu National Reserve. And the event will take place, as I said, from 7th to 9th. Every day is unique in its own way. The first day, which is 7th, we are celebrating our Ma women. And so we will have all the first ladies gracing the day. Of course, being our first lady is taking lead. That is the first lady of Samburu, first lady of Narok, and first lady of Kajiado. As we speak, we have a number of other first ladies who have already confirmed, and so we are looking forward to hosting all of them. The second day, the theme will be like Leaders Day. So we will have all our leaders being led by our governors, taking lead on that specific day, which will be the 8th. And of course, our MPs, our women rep, together with other Kenyan leaders. When we did the first edition, the president made a pronunciation that going forward, this is going to be a national day. So we are celebrating Ma culture, but it will bring together all other Kenyans and all other people from different walks of life, far and wide, America, Europe, all over the place. But we are going to celebrate our Ma culture. Of course, the last day, which is the 9th, we are going to host His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Ruto. That will be the last day. That is the 9th. So that is basically how the days will look like. But in every day, it will be packed with activities. So we urge all Kenyans, we urge every other person out there to come and celebrate this unique Ma culture.
What are these activities, Waziri Evelyn?
Yeah.
I mean, what is it? Well, when you say you are coming and then there are activities, what do those activities be? And what would you guess? Dancing?
There must be dancing.
Right?
There must be food.
Oh, yes. Last May for Nyama.
Nyama.
Yeah. What are the... That's not
What is Ma cuisine?
Yeah.
Ma cuisine, from the word cuisine. Cuisine is more or less like a delicacy of the foods that people enjoy. So our cuisine, what is the real Ma food? Our real food, and I'm sure my brother Latiff knows, is milk and meat. We eat what we can be able to reach out to easily. And our livelihood revolves around livestock. That is the goats, the cows, camels. Because the reason why we have wildlife today in all areas where the Ma people live is because we also don't eat the wild animals. In this country today, the only place you will find lots of wildlife in numbers is where the Ma people are. Talk of elephants, talk of zebras, talk of whatever you will want to name it. So our cuisine, our dialect, our food, mainly is the milk and meat. So the day you will come for this culture, you will have plenty of those too. Yes, sir.
I'm cool starch.
Unaona wa Masai, if you look at us, you can hardly find a Masai who has a big belly. So starch to us is very minimal. We only concentrate on proteins. Starch, if you ask me starch was brought by Mzungu. Guys who came to plant this Malindi, they came telling us about rice. Rice was never there. And people today, we always pray and to say that God prays that I don't go to the doctor and doctor tells you to stop eating meat or milk. Because even if they say so, I will not stop. And that is why this kind of, sorry to say, we call it lifestyle kind of diseases. You can hardly find those in my areas. We eat meat, but you also do a lot of exercise. You are going to look after animals. So by the time you come back home, you will have burned all what you will have eaten, and you will add more.
And there's a lot of interaction with the plant as well, because there'll be herbs, there'll be bugs.
Yeah, traditional herbs.
All those things that will be infused into the food.
Yes. And as we speak, that is one of the things that we're really preparing for you people. So you come, we will give you a lot of meat, but we will also give you a cup of what we call a medicine, a herbal medicine, to burn all what you have eaten. So wale wako na gout, hata siku hiyo utatoka tukiwa tumekutreat. You will have eaten the meat and we will treat you.
So it only treats gout, it doesn't do anything else.
Hata tumbo.
Yeah, hata tumbo.
Inawasha tumbo.
Yes.
Inawasha damu.
Kabisa.
Unakunya kidogo tu.
Anawasha kila mahali. Yes.
Okay. So I want to add to what I want to give an outline of all the activities that we are going to undertake. That is, so we'll be having music. So we'll be having inter-age sets competition. So we have several age sets in different sections of the Maasai. So we'll be having music, and then we'll be having sports, nurturing of talents through javelin. So javelin, I think it has originated for, I don't know, nobody has patented it, but this is
It is ours. It was the spear throwing. They just call it javelin, but it's a spear thing.
And then we have high jump, the jumping. So we can also issue some awards towards that. And then we have Maasai poetry. Or we also have the women and the men competing on the same, and then also intergeneration competition of the same. And then we have the Maasai cow songs. When the women are milking, there are songs that they sing for the cow, so that to produce a lot of milk. And then we have the tangible culture, that is the beadworks, the calabashes, the spear, all that. So we'll have the tangible culture that will be displayed. So you'll go around, you'll be told this artifact is for this purpose. So we have an area to display that. And then we have now the Maasai and the cattle. It's all about our livelihood, that is the food, and also the earmarks, that is the notching. So different labels or different notching that is done to the ear, or even to the neck, represent different sections of the Maasai, that is different clans for the Samburu. So we'll be also having that section that will display this cow with this earmark or with this notch.
It belongs to this clan.
So we have 9 clans in the Samburu. We have 16 sections of the Maasai. So I think we'll also have an area to display the same. And then now the indigenous Maasai cuisines, like you said. So we'll be having different delicacies, including our traditional brew.
Very good.
Yeah, so
and it's a very good brew because it is it's very, very legit. It has only very, how do I say, like we don't add any sugars or anything that will be of effect to you. So that is really legit brew.
What is it made from?
It's just water. We put honey, and then there's something we call sukuro. You put it there, and then it ferments. Yeah, it's kind of
the roots of the aloe vera.
Yeah, then it ferments.
Interesting.
To a point that you can tell it is ready for consumption.
Have you measured the potency, like alcohol content with Kamaizo?
It's not really necessary, but it is known by the number of cups that will take you down. That is now when you know that is the alcohol content.
When you get up and start walking backward.
Yes. When you find yourself now you are getting sleepy or start zigzagging when you are walking, then you know the alcohol content is high. Yeah.
So City will be able to tell. I want to ask about the cloth. I think it was very interesting that you talk about the shukas, because when we see them, we do the thing and we buy the different colors because it's just beautiful. And then we buy them. I mean, but then you mentioned that, each cloth belongs to a different clan.
It has a meaning.
It has a meaning. Because I know now, an age set. I know the cloth from where I come from, if you see the cloth, you will know this clan, this is their cloth. It's a white cloth, but it has different patterns. So this one belongs to this clan. Is it? So when you see the shuka, for example, then you will know that this
is an elder, this is a young Moran, or this is the current generation that we have, that is the Gen Zs. So you will tell by the color of the shuka, yes, and how they dress, even the beadworks. Yeah.
We're talking about the ladies. I want to focus a little bit on the men.
Yeah, please.
Because there are these, there's cloth that is referred to as Maasai cloth. Okay?
The Maasai shuka.
Yes. Beautiful patterns.
Yes.
Are they also representatives of the various clans?
No, really, clothing doesn't, there is no representation of shukas or dressings to specific clans. But you'll be able to say this is a Samburu by the way he is dressed, all right? And by so saying it's a Samburu, you can also say this is the age set of that particular person, all right? But again, when it comes to the dressing, you'll be able to tell this is a Samburu, this is a Maasai from a certain region, even the beadwork. Even a beadwork. When you meet a Maasai and a Samburu in this town, you can easily be able to tell just by the beads that they are wearing. Apart from just telling the age set, you can also tell by the kind of beads that somebody is wearing. If you go to the south, which is the Maasais from south, talk of Kajiado, Kisongo, and those other subclans of the Maasais. Majority of the people there put more of white kind of beads, and it goes all the way across border to Tanzania. You can easily tell a Tanzanian Maasai because of the kind of, the beads that they are wearing, and even the clothing that they wear. So it's very easy that you can be able to tell this is a Samburu, this is a Maasai from a certain region of the country. But it might not be easy to say this is the subclan of this Samburu or a Maasai. That might be a bit hard to tell.
Something I've always wondered about, the manner in which men, the Mark community, do their hair.
The young Morans.
Precisely. What was the logic behind that? Because it's actually very beautiful, but what is the logic behind it? What is the thinking behind it?
The kind of hair that you see, that is only for Morans. Once you pass when you graduate from Moranism to an elder, you are no longer allowed to put that kind of a deco. That is a sign of authority. You find Morans, those many years back, they were the the KDF of this country. Those are the KDF of Samburus and Maha people. They are the people who are there to protect the clan against invasion from other communities, other invaders. So that particular kind of hairstyle that you see is only meant for those young guys who have graduated from, boyhood to Moranhood. And they wear that, and it's part of beauty, by the way. And that hairstyle also comes in different styles. When you are looking at the animals, and during this drought period, you can hardly see it being let down, like hair going down. They bring it back, they tie it at a certain very nice way, and they keep on taking care of it when it is there. But when now it has rained, there is lots of grass, there is water all over the place, they go back home, they now rembesha it kind of a thing. They let it go down, they wear it when they go for singing. And you can also see ladies admiring, and this one has a better one, this one, that kind of a thing. So it's only meant for young guys who have graduated from boyhood to Moranhood. Yeah. And there are specific people also who know. It's just like a salon. Ladies go to specific salon because there's a specific lady who knows how to plait your hair in a nice way. So even Moran, there's a specific person, Moran, who can do that, and they do it in a very nice way. So again, it's not every person who can be able to put you or do that kind of hairstyle. There are specific Morans within the Morans who are known to do that kind of specific hairstyle. So you'll find a Moran saying, I'm going to the salon, not really salon, but he's going to look for that Moran who knows how to do that kind of hairstyle.
Knows how to twist it.
Yeah. Nakupaka dongo, mzuri, namna hiyo. Yeah.
Now, the areas that, instances where we are seeing more and more of culture in conflict with the law, right? Say, for example, cultural practices, FGM, cultural practices, early marriage, and such. How is the Ma culture dealing with this? Because it's really, really getting, this is where there's serious direct conflicts between culture and
the law.
Yes.
You see, law is something that has been imposed to us. Somebody comes and say, this is law, you are not supposed to do certain things. Yeah. But even before the law came into being, because law was just brought to us, isn't it?
Yeah.
We had a constitution at a certain stage, it changed. 2010 constitution is what we are currently following, meaning it overtook the constitution that was there or the law that was there. So even before this constitution came into being, we had our own constitutions as Ama speakers, and it was never in conflict with anybody. It is true today, of course, in certain circumstances, the law or the culture conflicts with the constitution, exactly like what we have said. Getting a Moran marrying, a person who is below or underage, for example. But with time, I think we have also graduated from that. So you now find very minimal instances of those kind of issues in the society. We also don't encourage. Of course, as we say, a culture has its own advantages, and to some extent there are also bad practices within the culture. And that are the kind of things that we are trying to say, like now, for example, FGM. We also don't advocate or encourage things like FGM. And I think if you look at it today, from where it has started, it has really gone down. So people are also getting to embrace education, to know education is also very important. And so they are taking these young girls to school, for example, and they are getting to effect or get away with, FGMs. So people are pole or slightly embracing
in many cultures, practices like FGM were a rite of passage.
Yes.
So what is it that has been introduced that acts as not a replacement, but an alternative to this? Because rites of passage were there for a purpose.
Correct.
Yes. And it marked a certain period in one's life.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, before, a rite of passage, and that is when a girl and a boy, let's start with a boy, which has no conflict with anybody. When a boy graduates from boyhood to moranhood, the rite of passage that you have to go through to undergo is circumcision.
Yes.
All right? It was the same with girls. But it has never been at any one given time. Girls will come together in a certain, because boys come to a certain place called Big Manyata. We call it Lorora. And there is a specific time of the year or specific time, specific season, where all the communities, all the sub-clans will have to do this circumcision. So there's a certain time, as I said, the KDF of Samburu, which is the Moran, will have to graduate from Moranhood to elder, now the other state, which is elder status. And so you have to have these other young boys to upgrade from boyhood to Moransim or the Morans. And the only way you can do that is through circumcision. Now, we have never had a specific season of the year or time or season that we say we will now bring all our girls together and circumcise them. A girl will go through the rite of passage if he gets the right person in his life to live with, and that is the husband, of course. And the rite of passage was you have to go through, of course, that FGM. But as you said, what has replaced that? You now realize it is true, girls will be brought together, they will not be circumcised. They will be taught certain practices of what is required of you. If you get to get married, how will you take care of your kids? How will you interact with your in-laws and all that kind of thing? In a classroom, not through the FGM kind of a thing. So you'll be taken to a certain area, the elderly women will come, they will take, it's like taking you for a retreat. You are taken through a retreat. And out of that, you will basically graduate from that retreat.
Yeah.
And you'll have gone through the rite of passage. So it is no longer FGM of some sort. So I
Evelyn,
think that is what has replaced. And I think Evelyn can add more.
as the minister in charge of culture, right, you've got to promote culture, but at the same time, you also have got to now introduce these other alternatives to the people. How do you do that? How do you balance it?
Sure. So, first of all, we do sensitization to the community. So that is key. And just to add to what Rafa said, that law always prevails. So there is nothing about going around the law. So the law always prevails. So all our retrogressive cultural practices, we are trying to sensitize the community so that we abandon that's retrogressive cultural rites of passage. So we do this by having seminars, different groups of ladies. We train them. So these are the TOTs, or we call them the champions. We also have those who can come out clearly and speak about it. So these are the champions that we take back to the community to go and preach to the ladies and to the entire community about the same. So we do that kind of work. So that is how we balance it.
Okay.
We have the TOTs, the champions that goes around to do the same, and we do follow up most of the time. So in every village we have champions. The anti-FGM champions, the GBV, against GBV champions. So we have those champions around, and we empower them to reach to the hard-reach areas of Samburu County.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, so the Ma Cultural Festival is taking place next week, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th. You can arrive on the 6th, if so wish. It'll be at the Samburu National Reserve, and it's open to the public. We're encouraging all Kenyans to go there and celebrate with the Ma people. And also, people can bring their own cultures if they want. Come dressed in Taita regalia, come dressed in Kamba, come dressed in... But then you'll come and meet the true Kenyan dressing.
There are some specific requirements you must also meet. It's not just about walking to the event. You must come dressed like us. You know, that is a requirement. So if you come and you think that you cannot dress like us because you do not have attire, there will be people who will be right there selling the attire, and I tell you, it will be very expensive if you come and buy at the site. So you rather just prepare yourself before getting there, because the requirement is you must be dressed like like one of us.
Is marker.
Let me also say one thing before we close, which will be very unfair if we don't mention, and where the event is taking place. Samburu National Reserve. Samburu National Reserve is one of the key reserves in this country. And it is one of the unique national reserves in the country. I know most people don't know, you know. And we have our very unique animals that you can only find in that region. Like, you know, you go to Mara, you go to Amboseli, you can get to see same animals. You go there, you'll find a gunu, and the gunu is a gunu in Mara, and it's also the same gunu in Amboseli. But if you go to Samburu, we have what we call the Samburu Special 5, and they are only found in that region. We have the Besa oryx. Is a very unique kind of antelope with very long horns, and it's the only antelope that you will find both male and females wearing, or rather having, the horns. We have the Somali ostrich. Somali ostrich is very unique from the Maasai ostrich, in the sense that the Maasai ostrich has, the Somali ostrich, the one that you'll find in Samburu National Reserve, has bluish neck and legs, unlike the other one that has pink. All right? We have what we call the gravy zebra. You know those strong stallions? They look like a horse, but of course it has the stripes of a zebra, but very tiny stripes, unlike the common zebra that has bold kind of stripes. And by the way, I don't know if you knew, the stripes are like our fingerprints. They don't wear the same stripes.
No two zebras
So there is no, in one time, you will find a zebra that has the same stripes in the whole world. It's ni kama fingerprint, ni kama thumb ya mtu. So that is, I said the ostrich, I said the I said the Besa oryx, and I said the gravy zebra. We have what we call the long-necked giraffe, or gerenuk. It's a small kind of antelope, but with a very long, very long neck. I'm sure you might have seen it. But that one the males do not have horns, and the male do wear horns. And of course, the last one is the beautiful giraffe, reticulated giraffe. So those are the Samburu Special 5. We welcome people. Apart from the culture, we still have beautiful places to visit. We have Ololokwi, where you can go for hikes. Asante sana.
Waziri wa tourism, lazima. You've done very well.
Thank you.
Rafael Nayara is the CCM for tourism in Samburu. Evelyn Ntamuni Lentano is the CCM for culture. The Ma Cultural Festival next week. That's where we're all heading. It's 3 minutes after 10. We're late. Let's go to the news with Leo Baga. See you tomorrow.